could like spritz lavender or something to
take less time. Good evening. I would like to call to order the Keizer City Council in regular session. It is Monday, August 5th, 2024, and ask our city recorder to please call roll.
Councilor Reed.
Here.
Councilor Hessman.
Here.
Councilor Kohler.
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here.
Council President Starr.
Here.
Councilor Duran.
Here.
Councilor Cross.
Here.
Thank you very much. I believe we have two of our youth leaders who would like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would come up to the table here and introduce yourselves, and then you will have everybody stand. Please.
Hello, I'm Brett Kinnett. I'm Aaron Kinnett. And we represent Mid Valley Soccer. We will be saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Will all please rise and remove your hats? Go ahead. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Council, with your consensus, I would like to introduce a special order of business this evening. The West Keizer Neighborhood Association has a special presentation to make for Carol Dorfler. Are there any objections? All right, let us go ahead with special order of business to honor Carol Dorfler. Is the red light on? Press the button. All right.
No, it's not. My name is Carolyn Holman. I am Keizer resident, and I'm speaking on behalf of the board, and some other folks are going to speak as well. In our August newsletter, we did a board update, and I will read the passage. It was with regret that the West Keizer Neighborhood Association Board accepted the resignation of longtime board member Carol Dorfler at its July 11th meeting. The board then re-elected Chris Adams to fill the board vacancy. Carol has been instrumental in WKNA activities through many years, starting as a board member in 2011 and serving through 2022, and then on and off in recent years because of health issues. She was vice president in 2014-15 and then president from 2018 to 2022. Among projects she lobbied for was a walking path along Delight Street from Cummings Elementary School to Schmauer Road, installed a few years ago. The safety of kids at Cummings was always a top priority, as was traffic safety in West Keizer in general. She instituted a traffic blitz for WKNA, focusing on speeding that resulted in the flashing speed signs recently installed on Shoreline and the speed table at Cummings and Delight to slow traffic by the school. Parks have been another priority for Carol and WKNA, with development of Keizer Rapids Park and the amenities to be included a key issue. Carol also pursued repairs to the tennis court at Willamette Manor and the gunshot issue at Sunset Park. Development of WKNA's newsletter was Carol's idea, as was sponsoring food collection barrels at Bimart and Copper Creek to benefit Keizer Community Food Bank. We thank Carol for her years of service and dedication to the safety and quality of life of the children and families of West Keizer. And I think most of us are aware that, sorry.
This is okay.
She's not doing too well. I did talk to her today, and she was better. She's a force of nature, and she's just a great gal.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Would agree. Rhonda?
We have notified Carol we were going to be presenting something tonight, so hopefully she is watching TV. So so we have several of us would like to share some more thoughts. My name is Rhonda Rich. Carol became involved with the WICNA through her interest in the Neighborhood Watch program. This was the start of her long career of 11 years with the WICNA. I remember asking Carol if she would like to be president in 2017, and she said, I don't know, it's a lot of work. I told her, you'll be great and I'll help out as VP. I knew that with her passion for our little school, a nickname that we called Cummings Elementary School, and her desire to reach out to her neighbors that the WICNA would be in good hands, and it definitely was. One of her first projects was the establishment of the Little Library. She was steward for the Little Library for 10 years and would frequently talk to neighbors who came to the library in front of her home. Martin, her husband, built the library and had to replace it 2 times after drivers lost control taking a left turn onto Rafael from Shoreline.
Press
But
pause.
that's another story.
Is the microphone on?
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Okay. At Cummings School, where her children had attended, she worked with Principal Magna Romero. In 2018, WICNA was recognized as Community Partner of the Month for our participation in a schoolyard beautification project. She initiated the ongoing care of the flowers under the school's reader board. I remember meeting in Carol's backyard in 2020, keeping our 6-foot distance because of the pandemic. Carol said, "We need to reach out to our neighbors since we aren't holding monthly meetings. How about a newsletter?" This was the start of the tradition of a newsletter that's published in December, April, and August when you have. Probably the 2 most noteworthy projects that were accomplished during Carol's presidency are firstly, the improvements made on Delight Street for Cummings School, children walking to and from school. She worked tirelessly with Bill Lawyer and Safe Routes to School to get this done. It took 5 years to get it done, but Carol's tenacity was something to be admired. The second major issue was leading the movement to stop the shooting of rifles across the river. She attended meetings in Polk County, the state legislature, and the city of Keizer to advocate for the safety of West Keizer residents. I'm happy to report we can enjoy the peaceful quiet of the river, and there have been no shooting occurrences since then. Again, safety was a priority for her. Carol was determined to make West Keizer residents feel safe in our homes, streets, and parks. She enjoyed reaching out to members of the community and listened to their concerns. She is not only a great community leader, but a fun person to work with. I really enjoyed her. I think everybody can say that. So I just want to say thank you, Carol, for the time and care that you have given West Keizer. We're all kind of emotional about this. So I'm gonna, if it's okay, can Carol
Yeah,
and
please.
Chris speak too? We're gonna take these over to her after the meeting.
Awesome.
Carol Phipps from Keizer. Years ago, a coach at McNary High School explained to my daughter's sports team that there basically are 2 types of persons in the world. Those who leave their shopping carts anywhere in the parking lot, and those who return them either to the cart collection or to the store itself. He challenged the team to be the latter person of the 2. I am here tonight to share with you that Carol Dorfler is a person that always returns her cart. I would even go as far as to say that she would be the one to grab a few stray carts from others along the way and return those as well. Carol knows what it means to be a part of a community. She understands that people within Keizer need to be aware of their community and involved in whatever capacity that they can. Carol served on the West Keizer Neighborhood Association to keep her community informed. She encouraged neighbors to become involved by providing their input as to what they felt was most important for their community. Carol always listens and shares her community's opinions as well as her own. I want to share a time when Carol and I disagreed on something, and quite honestly, I don't even remember what the issue was. I received a call from her asking if I could come by to talk about a few things. When I got there, she shared with me that she was concerned that she may have insulted me by expressing her opinion, and I really don't remember what it was. But I do remember that it was important to her that my voice mattered just as much as hers. I want to thank all of you for understanding that Carol Dorfler matters to this community as well. And on behalf of the West Keizer Neighborhood Association, thank you for allowing us to recognize Carol.
Thank you.
Well, obviously you heard a lot about what she's done for Keizer. She's a dynamo. You can't keep up with her. But before the stuff she did for WKNA, I met her years ago, because she was the neighborhood watch, and she would go around and check on all of us. And then she was a political person, so she would go around with petitions. So that's how I met her. And talking about disagreement, she is so kind, thoughtful, and she understands what people are different, but you talk about it. You never felt one time that it was going to be a trouble and long lasting. She's a sweetheart. She does what she does for the city of Keizer, and we all appreciate it. And she's just a great person, and so I'm glad we're doing this. Oh, and by the way, I'm Chris Adams from Keizer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I am so glad that all of our young people are here today to hear this. Carol Dorfler is a person who has given a great deal of her time and energy to our community as a volunteer. All of you young people in the room, you have coaches, parents who are also volunteers, and you're growing up in a city of pride, spirit, and volunteerism. I'm so glad you get to hear about Carol, and that's somebody that I hope you have an opportunity to learn more about, because she's the type of person that makes sure that she leaves things better than she found it. I first met her through Keizer, the Keizer Animal Rescue and Emergency Services, KARES. After the 1996 flood, where we didn't have places for people to take their pets as we evacuated West Keizer. So all of you who weren't around here in 96 or weren't born yet, all of West Keizer was in threat of flood and had to be completely evacuated. That was fun, said no one. But Carol had a concern about the animals. What were we going to do? Where could people leave their animals and they would be safe and secure? And she worked very hard to run that organization for quite some time in cooperation with the Emergency Volunteers Assisting Keizer, EVAC. So it was that kind of care and concern and take action is how I got to know Carol, who, as a small note of trivia, her house and mine are twins. We have a very unique floor plan, and they're the only two in the neighborhood that have that floor plan. I really appreciate Carol Dorfler, the leadership and the friendship to the neighborhood that she has provided. Carol, I hope you're listening very carefully. We love you and we thank you, and we want to appreciate what you have done and continue to do for our community. For folks who are wondering about Volunteer of the Quarter, Carol was honored in 2010, but continued to do work ever since then. I'm going to open it up to City Council if they have anything additional they would like to add at this time. Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I can appreciate all the volunteers here that are here volunteering their own time, and along with the city councilors and the mayor that volunteer their times, and that's what it takes for us to build this community in Keizer. So we are as strong as our foundation. So thank you to all, and thank you to Carol for making the city what it is.
Thank you, Councilor. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think you, from the West Keizer neighborhood members that spoke, I think that Carol's actions over the years in regards to her volunteer work have laid the foundation and leave a legacy to her neighbors in West Keizer and to all about being a good neighbor. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Carol and I didn't agree on a lot of things politically.
Not news.
But we agreed that Keizer was the best place to live and to work all that we could to help people in Keizer. I would hope that she would always count me as a friend, because I always count her as a friend. But even though we had disagreements, we communicated and we worked with and helped each other. And I think if we, especially during this political season, can do that, remember the bottom line, what we're doing, and not worry about fighting about little things. And I think that's one of the examples that Carol set. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Hussman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. thank you all for speaking on behalf of Carol and her decades of service to the city. It's absolutely humbling to hear about it. I'm grateful, not just that a big room in person could, but that we can have it on record of what an outstanding human being Carol Dorfler is, because she is sharp and she is tough and she has wanted the best for the community of Keizer and everyone in this room from day one. And it's absolutely humbling to see how she has gone about making this community a better place. So I'm grateful for her tutelage and wish her the absolute best in the coming days.
Thank you. Councillor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Carol is one of a kind. She's unique. She's passionate. You've heard all about what kind of person Carol is, and she is wonderful in every way. What is even better about her that perhaps hasn't been mentioned is her ability to build a team. She never did anything just on her own. She built a team and got everybody involved. So her dedication to pride, spirit, and volunteerism was catching. She helped build the West Keizer Neighborhood Association to what it is today, and not only set the example, but built that team. And we are definitely better for it. So thank you, Carol. I appreciate all that you've done for us.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to call up the leadership of the West Keizer Neighborhood Association and to stand with council, and let's get a photograph that we can send to Carol. So if you will come up here, council, if you would. And the camera goes to Mr. Brown. We can go down together.
Can we, should we?
Do you want to come up here? And that way, if we can have two layers, that way nobody has to squat. Yeah.
If I squatted,
Well, yeah, yeah, that's true. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 6, 10.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause and thanks to Carol Dorfler. Thank you all very much. With that, I'd like to go to public, let's see, is Ms. McAllister here? I'm looking to the back to see if she made it yet. Okay, she has not yet, okay. With council's consensus, I would like to do one more brief presentation for under special orders of business and invite up Baron Robinson to talk about the Battle of the Badges. Is it a brief presentation to Chief Copeland, or we could do it under public comment?
Is there any other special orders of business, Madam Mayor? Because I would like to, looking at the sea of blue before us, I want to make sure that we don't extend the meeting out for a super long time. So
then we'll go to public comment.
Or we'll move it up after.
Okay.
Great.
Nope.
We're going to move it up before committee reports.
I was going to go to this and then go to brief committee reports and then get on with the agenda. This is a brief presentation to the chief.
Okay, brief committee reports. Great, thanks.
Yes, they are brief.
Brief.
Mr. Robinson.
Make sure this is working.
Yes, it is.
Okay. We had our second Battle of the Badges. We had our first one last year between local law enforcement and local firemen. Last year, it was a walk-off single by the only female on either team, so she became the MVP. As the game finished this year, the final score was police 16, firemen 11, and the consensus was do not hit it towards anyone whose last name is Copeland. So the MVP trophy actually goes to the chief.
All right, thank you very much.
Gotta have a picture, man. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will now go to committee reports, and we have Chief Blanco from Keizer Fire District.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. So I just have our monthly, is that on?
Yes, it is.
Our monthly stats for you, and then just a little bit more information. So calls for July were 627, and that's up about 16%. Calls year-to-date are 4,303. Fire calls were 23 for the month of July, 479 EMS calls, 44 service calls, and 81 false alarms, fire alarms or CO detector that we responded to. A reminder that the Defensible Space Grant is still available. Anyone who has any kind of debris, overhanging bushes, branches, anything of that manner around their houses where they may think it's not fire safe, can call this number and someone will come out and look at it and then provide that service for free. It is 503-588-6526. The next car seat clinic is going to be September 6th from 3 to 6. And you can call for an appointment. The number is 971-707-0472. And then for general information, Keizer Fire District hosted the Chamber Greeters this week. We could not staff an engine for the St. Edwards. We had to respond out to a wildland fire, so we couldn't get an engine over there. Currently, we've responded to the Darlene fire, the Larch fire, the Durkee fire, the Pilot Rock fire, the Falls fire, the Cow Creek fire, and the Telephone fire. And then about 5 minutes ago, we received a request for assistance. And I want to make sure I get this right.
The microphone's picking up your phone.
Oh, maybe some music was going to come on. I get everybody dancing. A task force being requested for a fire out in Madras. So we'll probably put that together. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get out there. The Community Risk Reduction Program is still doing some assessments. We've gathered some great resources that we're putting together. Currently, speaking of pet fostering, we're looking for pet fostering in case of an emergency. So if their firehouse burns down or something, we can take the pets or the people can hold them and foster them until they're either relieved or find another place to live. So we're looking for someone with that. And also an agency that would be willing to get cats down from trees, because from time to time they get up there. And unbeknownst to me, they don't always come down. Sometimes they do stay up there and they need assistance. So we're going to be working at finding that resource for them. Where you don't have a projected date yet for our neighborhood campaigns, we'll continue to work with our neighborhood associations to try to find those. And that's all I have, unless you have some questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Chief Blanco? Thank you so much. We really appreciate your updates each month, and we wish the crews heading out to Madras a safe journey and safe return.
Thank you very much. And Chief Copeland's lucky we were all out on fires because they wouldn't have beat us.
Oh, I just heard
and I think he's well aware of that.
Intended.
It's on for next year.
Oh, okay. Battle of the Badges, 2025. There you go. Thank you very much. Now I have traffic safety bike ped.
I'm Brenda Lamb, and I'm with the Traffic Safety Bike Ped. And our meeting for July, we talked about the ball fields, care for love of the game. We're concerned, the community's concerned about one lot is paved and one's not paved. The non-paved issue is people tend not to park in an organized manner without the lines. Matt Myers spoke with Adam Brown and learned that there are plans to pave that lot. However, a French drain will need to be put in for drainage this year before paving. Parking during the games narrows the road to one lane that is used by all the cars, pedestrians, and the cyclists. And then parking during tournaments is much worse. You want to add anything to that?
Tammy Saldivar, Chair of the Traffic Safety Committee.
we're gonna keep an eye on this to see and get a better assessment of what we're working with over there to know if there's a safety concern for that area, if it's gonna continue to grow. That's all I'm gonna say at this point. Next issue is the McNary parking interests on Celtic, near Celtic Way. So they're coming in from the Lock Haven and they're trying to make a left turn. But the line is really long to get into the parking lot. And so a number of drivers are choosing to skip the left turn and go and then turn left into Celtic Way and do a U-turn in the neighborhood. On Newburgh. On Newburgh, thank you. And make a new turn there. And it's a lot of, a neighbor videotaped it. And there's a lot of cars doing that U-turn and they're concerned about safety for people walking on that street to get to school and the cars themselves. So we don't have a solution for that, but we're working on, we're discussing it. Right, there's a video link from our last meeting for anyone who hasn't seen it. It's interesting to see the kind of chaos that happens at that end of the road. And I live right over there, so I'm fully aware of it. And the students that come to my house as teenage drivers even point out how it's just crazy that you can't even walk, because we don't have sidewalks. So to walk to get there, it's a little scary for them too. So we'll just, again, keep an eye on that and see what, if anything can be done there. We know that there's not an easy solution. We just kind of wanted to document it of what it actually is. Lastly,
May I just pause for just a second? Chief, so with those U-turns at the north end of Newburgh, is that something that you and your staff can bring some opportunities for improvements?
Yeah, at the beginning of the school year, Madam Mayor, at the beginning of the school year, we can send our motor officer out there and just educate people as to the laws and safety concerns.
And then follow up on that, and I don't know where this goes to. I know there is a gate off of Newburgh going into the side there that we've had many controversies over the years about opening it up for access. And so all of you that go to McNary, you're probably listening to this conversation here. Is there a way to, and I know there's been staffing issues, open it, close it, lock it, don't lock it. Is that a conversation that can be had again?
We can have the conversation. I think we left it open for many years, created many, many issues. We closed it. It created less issues, but still issues. So we can certainly talk to the school about the pros and cons about it.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
So the other topic is trees are a calming effect on the streets and help slow traffic down, and they are safer for pedestrians. The tree city funding is available for planting trees, and I was directed to ask the Keizer Council if you're interested in this funding. There's a survey on the website to see if our city is eligible for funding.
Okay. All right. Any questions on that? Councilor Husband.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Brenda, do we have that website link? Has that been distributed to Dawn and Ms. Bissett?
Not by me, sorry.
No, that's okay. Just it'll help that way. They can publicize it to all of us and any other interested parties, so that way we have the reference right at hand for the street trees.
Okay.
But editorially, yes, love street trees. They're excellent and they are great calming devices.
Okay. I'll get you the website.
Planted right.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much.
I just have one more topic. So I attended the CDEC meeting last week, whatever it was, to discuss the neighborhood traffic management plan, which I'm not here to talk about right now. But in that conversation, it was suggested that one of the parts of that program is where the police will monitor the actual speeds of the vehicles and compare it, not really compare it, but really just see how it correlates to the perceived speeds that are happening on the road itself, that when somebody's standing next to the road. Where I'm going with this is there a way that you can put together some sort of video that we can have available so when we do get comments about the perceived speeding and what compared to the actual speeds are, that we can reference when this is brought to our attention, that you can show, well, this is what you're seeing because you're standing here, but this is what's happening because of perception. Just a thought. You don't have to answer me right now.
That's a great thought. I think we probably could. It would take some work, and maybe somebody at McNary on the videographer program would want to come help us with that
That's a great idea.
for some extra credit.
It was brought to me in response to when somebody brings a topic and the data's not there to support any sort of corrective measure. There's sort of a disconnect to the person who made the suggestion and recommendation. So this would kind of close that gap of understanding. That's all I'm looking for.
It's a great conversation that we can look into.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions? I love that idea, collaboration. All right, thank you very much. And then, Ms. Aldevar, are you going to stay around for, it's going to be a while for 8B, but if we have any questions on that one change to the committee?
Yes, I'll be here.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. All right, KPAC, Keizer Public Arts Commission. Deborah Missisco, there she is. And that's it for committee reports.
I'll try to keep it brief, Mayor. I'm extremely nervous. I thought I'd be the only one here tonight.
It's just friends. It's all community.
But anyway, it's just an update on all that we're doing at the Art Commission, which I'm absolutely loving being part of. There's more and more art being shown around Keizer, which is just awesome. I'm very excited about that. We've had a couple of different people come and approach us about different things. Actually, this last week, we had quite a few people, and they all were named Tammy, which is kind of interesting in itself. But anyway, about the different neighborhoods wanting to paint fences and stuff for traffic reasons and assorted things. And this was at the Clackett Creek and the Northview Parks. We basically asked them to come back with a plan that we can put in there. We can't just make a decision on that without, going through all the channels. So that was probably one of the big things that we did with that. And then we had another gal that's doing some investigation on street art. Basically what this means, it's not graffiti. It's where you put these beautiful medallions out in neighborhoods that maybe, traffic is going too fast or something. And it's really, she's doing a lot of investigation. I'm very impressed with some of the things she's doing. So we are basically looking at pursuing her being able to give us more information later. And then we had another Tammy Wild and Robert Becker, who came from the Keizer Heritage Museum, and they want to display some, the TD Keizer Willamette Farmers Legacy out in the lobby, or I guess it's the living room out here. And we approved that. We thought it would be a great thing because they're not going to be able to put it in the Capitol building because of, the refitting and stuff. So we thought that would be a good thing to do for November through January. So we voted on that and decided that would be a great way to share part of our community, here in town. So then, I don't know, do you guys need the list of all the things that are going to be happening? No, we don't. Okay, so I'm making this as brief as I can. So any questions, I guess, with that?
Yeah, we do get the minutes.
Yes.
So we can see that, and everybody who's watching can also subscribe and find out more what's happening with the Keizer Public Arts Commission.
Right.
Any questions from council?
Go street art.
Yes, I love this idea.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too, so thank you.
And at the end of this month, I think there's a street art show. I just saw it on Facebook. I'm gonna have to go back and find it, where they're gonna have big murals and so forth, and some of our local street art professionals are gonna be there. These are the ones that are the big murals that are also done. So that might be a great way to connect with some artists.
Right.
So I wanna plug that.
That's great.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. That is all I have signed up for committee reports. Is that everybody? So I'll go to public comment. This time is provided for citizens to address the council on any matters other than those on the agenda scheduled for public hearing. We have 2 public hearings scheduled this evening. One is an ordinance declaring a lien against property located at 5142 Hayesbrook Avenue Northeast. And then we have a series of resolutions for authorizations for supplemental budget. So if you're here for that, stand by. Also, if you are here for the discussion on item 8A, which is the artificial turf field request, also, and I think that's a lot of you here, we're going to have you all speak at the same time, so we're talking about the same subject. So if you're going to talk to us about something else, now is a great time, and I do have Lisa Sajeka signed up to talk about thank you for event communication.
All right. Okay, it's really on. Yeah. Hi, I'm Lisa Sajeka, and I am not here to talk about parks. I'm a Keizer resident. I've lived here for going on 20 years now, always near the Holiday Swim Club. So last, I don't know, October, November, when we were discussing about the light display in the Gubster neighborhood, we were talking about letting neighbors know because of all the changes and all of those processes. And I sat there during all of those talks and thought, gosh, it would be nice to know when they're going to close down 5th Street in front of the swimming pool for the all-city swim meet. Like, I don't need to give input. I don't need to have an opinion. I just would like to know so that we can get out of the neighborhood early or, you know, make sure that we're kind of watching that people don't park in front of our driveway. And this year, for the very first time, somebody canvassed our neighborhood. We had little half sheets. They were colored. They had a map on there. They had times. They talked about the food trucks. They talked about all of these things. And it was delightful. So I can't help but think that the discussions that council had about the light display kind of trickled down to some other events in the city. And I just wanted to say thank you. I mean, city government, unless there's something big and dramatic happening, a lot of times there's not a whole bunch of us, but it matters. And I just wanted to say thank you, because you probably don't hear that every day. So, okay, that's all I have to say.
Big thank you to Holiday Swim Club too.
Oh, yeah.
Well done. All right, thank you. Very nice. I don't have anybody else signed up for public comment outside of the artificial turf field management. Is there anybody else here who did intend to sign up for public comment outside of that topic? All right. We will move on then to public hearings. So for those of you who are waiting, we will go through, we have a couple public hearings, they were published, so we're going to go through those, and then your topic will be up, okay? So we're going to, Council President Starr.
Mayor, thank you. Point of order.
Yes.
On these public hearings, we had, in our agenda meeting, had discussed doing them all at once. Are we going to have a public hearing now because you requested to pull 2 items?
It will be a single public hearing, and it will simply be a matter of, it's going to be just a slight process in order to make the slight correction. It's not going to take very long.
Okay, because I just am still looking at the sea of blue staring at us, very anxiously awaiting. So thank you, if we can just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Can do. So let's go to our public, Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there a way, or do I need to make a motion or one of you to get the turf field above the public hearings?
If you want to get
there is a lot of little ones out there.
There are. And there are, I don't have anybody signed up for the public hearing, so we could either change the order or we could just drill them out pretty quick and
So
move
what
on.
do I need to do, make a motion?
But you would like to move, well, we have to
Suspend the rules.
suspend the rules to take up the matter of
Do you want me to do that? Okay, I'll do it.
changing the agenda.
Okay. I move to suspend the council rules to move item
the
8A
matter.
ahead of the public hearings.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules and take up the matter of moving item 8A up in the agenda. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes unanimously. Now. motion to?
So my motion is to move the turf fields to right underneath public comments and before public hearings.
No. Second.
Been moved and seconded that the agenda be modified to move the item 8A to follow public comment. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. All right, so we will now take out of order item 8A, which is there we go. Artificial turf field request for proposals. And City Manager, I'll go to you for the staff report. Give everybody a minute to change pages.
The staff report is actually written by the city attorney, Mr. Lindsay. I had to recuse myself out of the process because I'm conflicted. I've either authorized or issued a lot of yellow and red cards to the people in the crowd. And so I recused myself, so Mr. Lindsay.
All right, good to know. All right, Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you. I haven't handed anybody any yellow cards or red cards, but I also haven't located the page yet. Does anybody have the actual page?
Are we gonna let people speak first?
No, we have to do the step. We have,
Looks like 25 in our packet, Mr. Lindsay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I was too deep into it. Thank you. Okay, so, this is, and I guess what I'll do is I can start with how our forum usually starts, which is that there is actually a proposal on the table from staff, and that proposal would actually be moving for the cancellation of the current solicitation process for management and operations of the artificial turf fields at Keizer Rapids Park, finding it in the public interest to reevaluate the operation plan and procurement processes. And the way staff has arrived at this is the city issued a request for proposals, which is, it's actually the highest level of process for public contracting that we have. And we did this back April 10th. And when we did this, we designed it to be open enough. We didn't know exactly who would apply. We didn't know exactly what the application would be, which sports would maybe come in and really be front and center in it. And so the criteria themselves were maybe a little squishy. And the evaluation points for this proposal then were a little open-ended as well, because we weren't quite sure what type of proposal would come out of that. As it turns out, there were only two folks, and they were mostly soccer-centric, which I think this speaks to it out here in the audience today. And so this whole idea of using the RFP proposal to kind of see what the universe was going to give us landed a little flat when it only gave us pretty much one sport. And so I think we didn't do a good enough job, perhaps, of having the criteria and the evaluative pieces of the RFP centered around just this, because we didn't know how big or small the universe of proposals were going to be. So that's one. And then what ended up transpiring is, with the RFP process, and I mentioned it's the one that has the most process involved, there's a month-long at least opening where we advertise and we give people the opportunity to come up with a response to our solicitation document, which is the document that has all those criteria laid out. And they're supposed to answer all of the sort of pieces of that. And then we wait until the date certain that we say it'll end and we'll open them. When we opened them, we had in mind that there was going to be a committee. At first it was going to be of 7, and then it ended up being of 6, because our city manager, who was planning on participating in that, realized that one of the proposers is somebody that he had done some reffing for. So he withdrew from that process, left us with 6 folks, which were 4 of our director level positions and 1 city councilor and 1 of our Parks and Rec Advisory Board members. And so they all individually looked at these 2 responses to our solicitation document, sorry. I'll get closer to the mic. And scored them with the idea too that they were then, they could have presentations be brought to them. And so there was some still questions, I guess, that needed to be a little clarified. And so they went ahead and had presentations in front of those same evaluators. And each group was given some questions that they needed to answer to kind of amplify and clarify some of their, what some of their proposals said. In the aftermath, the way an RFP works, request for proposals works, is that if the evaluators come up with a score, then automatically the person with the highest score with those, by those evaluators gets what's called a notice of intent to award. It isn't actually the awarding of anything, it's the actual just notice that has to move the process along. And what that does is it triggers the ability for the other side to appeal that decision. And so that is what happened in this case, is that the notice of intent went out. It's not the award itself, it's just if we intend to go by what the evaluator scored and give somebody the opportunity to say, we don't like that score, we're gonna protest this. That's exactly what happened. And so that's where we are, because we're still, we were waiting for a little bit more information from the protester, who happens to be Mid-Valley Soccer Club. And we heard that there was going to be a lot of potential testimony or evidence given tonight. So we're all ears on that, not only for the protest, but for the notion that because now we know that this is much more of a soccer field than any other rugby fields or football fields or whatever. I believe that the process could be started anew in a way that we could fashion either criteria that would be a little bit more soccer centric, and or we could look at the way in which we are developing the way in which we are even looking at this contract, because the RFP isn't the only way under our procurement. So we could go back to the drawing board, we could look at our criteria, we could also look at the way in which we're even approaching this, knowing now a little bit more about what this field means to people in the community, but then also knowing what sports it seems to want to be used there the most. So then that's, so hopefully that doesn't take the wind out of too many sails, but at the same time, that is exactly where the city is in this process. It has not awarded any contract so far, and it is the council's right, if they so choose, to cancel that process, learn from some of these blind spots, I guess, maybe from staff, and maybe move forward with a little more clarity. So that would be staff's suggestion, but I will defer to the decision makers.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have, I have questions for quite a few of you. So first of all, Mr. Wood, because there's so many people out here, can you tell us where the financing and what the total dollar amount and where that's come from for the turf fields so everyone can hear?
Sure. This project is being financed through ARPA dollars. This is pretty much all federal money. Majority of it is federal money given directly to the city, although we are partnering with Marion County and they're providing $2 million. We're matching that and putting in a little bit more.
So if I recall, I just want everyone to get so $2 million from the county, $2 million vaguely, right, from ARPA funds. And then the budget that we just approved, was it at $500,000 out of TOT dollars?
SDCs.
I believe $500,000 of SDCs.
SDCs, okay, so we're about like the $4.5 million mark. Okay, perfect, thank you. My next questions are, Mr. Lindsay, what are the other options?
Currently?
Besides having turf fields? You said there's other options when you were giving your staff report?
Oh, I meant other options for the procurement process?
Not for the procurement, but managing the field. Does it have to go to an RFP? Did it
no.
have to?
No, it doesn't have to go to an RFP for even going out with a contractor. But, and I don't know if this is the spirit of your question or not, but it doesn't even necessarily have to go to a contractor either. The decision, and it is also squarely within the council's rights of trying to figure out if you go with a contractor to do services that the city can't seem to do on its own versus doing some sort of in-house look and try to figure out if departments could be changed or altered in order to try to get services going. Because ultimately the city tries to do as many services as it can with what it has. And you guys always give us direction on how to spend the money and try to figure out how to give the biggest bang for our buck with whatever services that you want us to provide.
Okay, and then follow up to that. You said that Mr. Brand recused himself. What does that mean if we tried to add people to the interview process after the fact?
Oh, are you talking about the evaluators? And okay, so recusal in and of itself is a notion under ethics law that says that if you are somehow in conflict or have a personal conflict, which usually means that you either could make money or could lose money and you want to avoid that, or your family members could make money or could lose money. If you have a personal conflict like that, then Oregon ethics laws for not only counselors but for city workers means that you kind of have to withdraw from trying to affect the process. And in this case, it's a nominal amount of conflict, but it is a conflict nonetheless that he had refed for your organization. And I think that's what, a $35 game out there, but that he's trying to make sure that he didn't go afield of the ethics laws. So he made sure and didn't become part of that decision-making process. It's a little grayer if there are in mid-process, which is what you're asking, whether or not if there's a group of evaluators and you sort of suggest or try to change who those evaluators are. And that isn't a direct, like I say, it's sort of a gray area, but it is this idea that maybe that isn't completely staying absolutely out of it if you're kind of interacting a little bit with the process, if that's what you're getting at.
Yes, thank you. And then this one's for Mr. Lawyer. During the interview process, you said a couple times that you wanted these fields ran like the Little League fields. Can you elaborate for anybody that's watching?
I believe what I said was we use the Little League fields as a model for putting the RFP together. In my mind, the way the turf fields are managed and operated is a different operation and management than the Little League facility, but using that as a model to try to get to an end result was my meaning behind my comments.
So if I'm right, follow up, you want the city to have $0 or zero staff time involved with that?
It's not really what I want that matters. What the goal was to have these fields be self-sufficient or operated with no city funding involved. That was the model that we entered into this, other than an initial $50,000 commitment to the sinking fund for replacement of the turf in the future. That was the approach that we took with the RFP, and that was the hopeful end result of the negotiations with whatever group it was that came through the RFP process.
Okay, just one more. So, Mr. Lindsay, when we're scoring the RFP, we're only allowed to score on what's in the RFP, correct? So when I asked both parties in the interview process, and I asked it, I mean, Mr. Lawyer heard, and I said, well, doesn't Keizer get extra points because I am passionate about the kids? That wasn't in the RFP, so that couldn't be a score.
That's right.
So, for example, like if Chief Copeland is interviewing for police officer, you get extra points for being a veteran or being bilingual. There was no option for extra points in the RFP, for Keizer.
Yeah, the way it was written, it did not have that category, so it couldn't receive any points.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the questions. Does any counselors? And so folks, what we're doing here is we've gotten the staff report. Most of I'm sure the adults in the room have read that because you've come very well prepared. So we're asking clarifying questions that will help us in our decision-making. When we're done with our questions, then we're going to be calling up the people that you have designated as your spokespeople, okay? And you'll have your time up here. So we're almost done with our questions, and we'll be calling up in just a minute. But I want to let you know where we are in our process. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if Mr. Brown or who this question should go to, but I have a question about, it's on page 7 of the RFP process, and it's under the heading of evaluation of requests for qualifications and selection. And I'm looking specifically at paragraph 2 under that section. And so for those at home, I'm going to read that section so you have some context about my question. That paragraph reads, a selection committee consisting of the city manager, the public works director, the parks and facilities division manager, assistant city manager, a member of the parks committee, and other city staff chosen by the city manager will evaluate the request for proposals submissions. The selection committee will make a recommendation to the city council, which makes the final decision. The city reserves the right to change the makeup of the committee depending on the availability of the proposed members. The submissions will be evaluated based on the following criteria that are not ranked in order, and some criteria may be weighted differently than others based solely on the discretion of the selection committee. So I have two questions related to that paragraph. The first one is the statement that says the selection committee will make a recommendation to the city council, which makes the final decision. I am not an expert in public procurement and policy. However, over the last 3 years, we've had a fair number come before us here on the city council for awarding of contracts, et cetera, purchasing items, cars, trucks, you name it. But if I were, and because I have that background knowledge, when I'm reviewing the RFP, I had a question and kind of a, I won't say the word, moment. The selection committee will make a recommendation to the city council, which makes the final decision. So if that stopped me in my tracks and made me wonder why the selection committee's decision didn't come before the city council before an intent to award letter was sent out, if it made me, who's had 3 years of basic experience, if it stopped me in my tracks, I would ask that city staff take a moment to reflect on how that landed to the organization out in the audience when they heard that it hadn't come before the city council for input on the committee's recommendation. Now, I know that you sent an intent to award letter as the mechanism to begin negotiations for the contract, but that is not what this RFP said. So I'm gonna ask that we do better when we write an RFP, and we're very clear on what we put in an RFP and how the process will work. That's number
agree.
one.
I agree, and the other thing is, we can not only be explicit at the end of those for appeal rights and whatnot, but we can take offline later on if you guys wanted to even change the process in the order of the process in your procurement, your local procurement too. So that might be something we could put a pin in for a little bit.
Yep, put a pin in that for later. So thank you, Mr. Lindsay. The second item that I have a question on, or some thoughts, is the last statement. Some criteria may be weighted differently than others based solely on discretion of the selection committee. Can somebody explain to me what on earth that means? Because if I were somebody trying to fill out this RFP in an effort to serve my community, I would want to know what was going to be scored differently.
And I've seen them where they explicitly say, 10% for this, 20% for this, 10% for that. So this one did not. It was too open-ended. That is, I guess, a regretful choice on the part of staff.
Yeah, great. And then not my last, but another question that I have is, can I need to understand why so here's how my mind works. You have an RFP that goes out for bid, people to put together their proposals, and they're answering and building their proposal based on what is in the contract, or I'm sorry, what is in the RFP. So you get through that process, and then it comes time to negotiate the contract. In my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't the contract literally be a mirror image of what is in the RFP?
Ideally, it is. Ideally, an RFP kind of lays out what the contract will almost exactly be. It's another one of those issues with, we started out maybe too broad, not knowing exactly what the universe of ideas that would come forward. This would be another great reason maybe to cancel this one and start anew, is maybe we could get out in front of it so people would know exactly what was expected, not only in terms of the criteria, but then in terms of what will end up in that contract.
So why would we have been asked to communicate what we would want to see in the contract as counselors? Because I believe we were asked to communicate anything that we would want to see in the contract, but we wouldn't have been asked what we wanted to see in the RFP. Because that's confusing to me, kind of probably right up there with the whole notifying before it's awarded.
Well, and I would say that, especially in a matter that has this many folks showing up, it's probably more important to have our decision makers at the table more sooner than later, so.
Great, thank you. And I'll look at my list. I may have to come back for a follow-up, but I have one final one. When I was preparing for and reading through many of the letters that had come in and tracking the issue on social media, I went back and looked through information galore, and I came across a PowerPoint that I think had been presented to us in a work session approximately 2 years ago. And the title of the PowerPoint, and this is available, can Google search it, Turf Soccer Fields at Keizer Rapids Park, Marion County Partnership Proposal with the City of Keizer. So I believe it was roughly 2 years ago when we were talking about the IGA with Marion County. And so again, I'm going to ask staff to put themselves in the position of our Keizer community organization. And when I looked at slide 12, the headline was partnerships. And underneath that slide, the first partnership listed was the Women's Football League. The second partnership that was listed was the Mid-Valley Soccer Club. So that was 2 years ago. And Mid-Valley Soccer Club and the Women's Football League were listed as partnerships in a presentation that was made to the City Council in a work session. Again, just asking us to put ourselves in the role of our local community organization. Why on earth would you go along for 2 years allowing them to be listed as partners in this project? And when it came time to do the RFP and to award the contract, I feel like what was written on this PowerPoint was just thrown over our shoulder and in the garbage. And that didn't feel good to me.
Follow-up questions from counselors? Okay. What I'd like to do now is, we've had a number of written comments, excuse me, sent in. I want to acknowledge them for the record. So we received letters from Andrea Barocio, resident of Keizer, the Reverend Dr. Greg Bolt, resident of Salem, Amanda Broyles, resident of Keizer, Shazy Chavez, resident of Keizer, David Helgeman, resident of Keizer, Tiffany Puckett, doesn't have a city of residence, but I'm going to, is Tiffany here? Tiffany Puckett? I'm going to assume resident of Keizer, but we'll have to go back and check. Danielle Scott, resident of Keizer, Kristen Wynn, resident of Keizer, Onev Astorga, resident of Keizer, Natalie Janney, no city listed, and Megan Stuck, no city listed. So we'll have to, pardon? Natalie Janney is Keizer, thank you. We'll have to confirm those. These should be the ones that were added to the list. Yeah, they're included. Ms. Bissett got me the updated list. Thank you very much. So all of those are now entered into the record by reference, and we have received those. We want to make sure that you know those will be in there, and that we've all had a chance to read them and to consider your well thought out and very concerned and very thoughtful comments. Really appreciate all of those. I do have 3 people signed up. I just want to make sure that I don't have anything else from counselors before we start this part of the process. Okay. I'm going to reserve my comments for when we get into deliberation. Okay, I'm going to call, there's 3 people who actually signed up, and then I'll open it for other people who'd like to comment. I've got Shelby Gonzalez, Christine Deeker, and Derek Pratt, who did sign up. So Shelby Gonzalez, come on up. So you've seen how this works, and if you just state your name and your city of residence, and the time is yours. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name's Shelby Gonzalez. I have a Salem address, but I have lived in Keizer and grew up in Keizer for the past 24 years. Before I wrote, some stuff out, I find it interesting that if the RFP was supposed to be broad and only 2 candidates submitted proposals, that a notice of intent to award was submitted, because at any point the process could have ended. I've also never seen an RFP that doesn't have a draft contract included in it. So thank you for pointing those out. Both my husband and I graduated from McNary High School. Our daughter now goes to the same elementary school we attended not more than a few miles away from here. We're both very active in the community, myself on our elementary PTC board, and my husband on the board for Mid-Valley Soccer Club. Our oldest daughter has played for Mid-Valley since 2017, back when it was called Keizer Soccer Club. And now our 2 middle children are getting their soccer start in Little Strikers program. MVSC has been serving Keizer and surrounding communities for over 40 years. The club was originally named Keizer Soccer Club, but decided to rebrand in late 2020 for inclusivity of all the players it serves. When the city of Keizer was awarded over $8 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds, ARPA funds, from the Department of Treasury in 2021, and then allocated over $5.4 million of those funds in its 2023-24 budget for the construction of 2 turf fields at Keizer Rapids Park, I think I speak for many in the community when I say it was assumed the management and use of those fields would go to the Standing Community Soccer Organization, MVSC. I would like to highlight one of the 3 eligible uses of the ARPA funding. A, to respond to the public health emergency or its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. The construction of the turf fields can be nuanced to fit that category. However, I question how the city will justify in its mandatory reporting requirements that the subrecipient or third-party beneficiary of this funding, i.e. the field manager, was intended to be awarded to CFC, a non-City of Keizer nonprofit. In fact, when you look at Capital Foot Club's website, the city of Keizer is not mentioned once. When you click the About Us tab, this is the first sentence. Capital FC was originally founded as Salem United Soccer Club in June 1993. When you click the Facilities tab, the header on the page says in large bold letters, "Welcome to Salem." In addition, None of CFC's highlighted sponsors are Keizer businesses. Issuing a notice of intent to award management of Keizer's new turf field to CFC, a Salem nonprofit, with already 2 existing facilities in Salem city limits, seems like an egregious misuse of federal funding given to the city of Keizer with the intent to strengthen the local economy and strengthen small businesses and nonprofits. I would like now to focus on the city's recently adopted strategic plan, specifically highlighting goals 3, 4, and 5. Goal 3, economic development. Align resources with financial and economic policies to support a thriving local economy. So the city issued its RFP under ORS 279B.033, number 6, that the contracting agency, in this case the city of Keizer, would incur more costs in performing the services, management of the fields, with the city's own personnel and resources than it would incur in procuring the services from a contractor, the result of the RFP. The award of the contract, I'd assume, is for a set price. However, we didn't see a draft of that. So neither proposal needed to come in lower than the other, like it would in a sealed bid process. However, one needed to be more advantageous for the city in incurring less costs and resources. I don't quite understand how the city of Keizer awarding a non-Keizer club would be more advantageous and align with policy to support the local economy. These turf fields are resources to Keizer community members, and awarding a contract to MVSC, a Keizer nonprofit, would do more for the city under goal number 3 of its strategic plan. Goal number 4, engage community. Improve communications and strengthen relationships within the community and organization to build trust, support decision-making, and foster a welcoming community for all. This one seems pretty obvious to me. As you can see, you have quite a few frustrated community members here tonight. Community members who enjoy the current recreational activities and services provided by the city and expect any and all improvements to continue to benefit them. Community members whose children participate in local clubs like MVSC, where games and practices are literally held 1.5 miles away from this building. The RFP states that the operation of the fields is primarily as a youth and adult recreation facility open to sports organizations and others on a basis that is fair and appropriate to ensure enjoyment of the park assets by all who wish to utilize them. I'm concerned that by awarding CFC, the city is going against its own statement. There are many rumors that CFC proposed to reserve these fields in their entirety for its own club use for the next 3 years. I hope that's only a rumor and that is not a way to build trust within the community, support decision-making, or ensure fair and appropriate use of the new facilities. Almost done, buddy. Goal 5, community growth. Responsibly plan and invest in community infrastructure and build environment to foster sustainable growth that preserves Keizer's small town feel. If you take a look at the 2 clubs who submitted proposals, one obviously has more physical assets than the other. CFC not only has its own turf fields within Salem city limits, it also operates the only indoor soccer facility within Salem Keizer. If the council motions to approve the notice of intent to award and enter into agreement with CFC, the club would monopolize the local soccer facilities. How is this a responsible investment in community infrastructure? How is awarding this contract preserving Keizer's small town feel? MVSC was born and bred in Keizer. Its mission is not only to teach and promote the game of soccer in an affordable way, but to build the community. A Keizer-based club wanting to build community by managing and maintaining Keizer-owned facilities seems to align with goal number 5 to me. As stated in the RFP, the council has final authority on approving the award. I ask the council to please take into consideration the concerns and comments noted this evening. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, do you have that in writing, and would you be willing to give that to the city recorder for the record? Thank you, appreciate that. That'll be an opportunity for us to be able to read it as well as re-listen, so appreciate that. Christine Deeker.
Yes, thank you. I'm Christine Deeker. I'm a resident and a business owner in Keizer, and it's just so wonderful to see all your smiley faces. I haven't talked in front of this group for a while. Am I done?
Yeah. That was fast.
And my heart goes out to you guys. Thank
All right.
you, all of you.
Can't hear you. All right.
You're awesome. So I'm an old sage. Andrew Copeland would, when I was past president of the Keizer Soccer Club, move pipes out at Whitaker to irrigate the fields and whatnot. And he did that because I was a business operator in Keizer, and he wanted to have a fitness membership at the courthouse. So that's what Keizer does. We help kids, and kids help us. I've been the Keizer Chamber Executive Director for 17 years. I focused on the amenities of Keizer as well as the regional influence that Keizer could have. The runs in itself. We brought thousands of people here to Keizer for an athletic event. I was on the Regional River Task Force that Richard Walsh would say, "Rrr," and I don't even know what it's called. Thank you. But spent pregnant with my last child there, walking the fields when she was a toddler. I know Keizer Rapids Park, and I love Keizer Rapids Park. And I know the vision of Keizer Rapids Park in my heart. I'm a I have been a soccer, baseball, and basketball coach. I'm a mom or a grandma. And I have firsthand experience for over 4 decades with this. So I am your sage, this is your youth, okay? But I believe in your youth right now, and I believe in what Keizer kids need. Here's some problems and questions. We need more use of fields and facilities. Not only the Keizer Rapids artificial turf, but even the problem that we have reserving our own facilities, our own schools in Keizer. 4 decades worth of problems because we used to have to reserve it through Salem. Big problem. The cost of sports for kids, big problem. Are we gonna add another entity that needs to make a profit here for our Keizer kids? And maybe a problem with the RFP process. I read it too. I didn't feel a little love for Keizer there at all. I felt a little love for Salem Keizer, but Salem usually comes first a lot of times. This time, Keizer can come first. And I really do feel like it can be a regional multi-sport facility. Sure, we got Keizer influence here and soccer influence, but those fields can be used for so much more. And I think we need to keep that in our heart and in our writings of what we're asking for in this RFP. I heard Mr. Lindsay say something about Parks and Rec. Do we have a rec district in Keizer? No. Maybe we slow down a bit, just a little bit. Maybe we slow down and look at what we have in Keizer, the facilities now, the parks. It's really it's reaching those dreams. And I just hope you can rethink this decision that you've made to award the contract to another entity besides a home-based Keizer entity, or at least somebody that will speak to Keizer and Keizer alone and then include the others. So say yes to Keizer, rethink it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Derek Pratt is another one signed up. Where is Derek? Okay. Thank you very much.
Don't see the red light. How about now? Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
So when our
And
children,
just name and city of residence for the record.
Derek Pratt, Keizer,
Thank you.
those were really tough acts to follow. I'm glad we're all on the same side. I will say that I'm here mostly to just comment on my own personal experience. We moved to Keizer as a family a couple of years ago as our kids got into elementary age and we started deciding what kind of community we wanted to bring them into. And just driving through, seeing the house, we started falling in love immediately. We actually went to Keizer Rapids Park after doing it because the kids, somewhat like tonight, were getting quite restless. So we let them play at the park and it blew us away. Ever after each thing we did, we've continued to be impressed by the amount of community that gets poured into every part. Even this council meeting, the first part, hearing about volunteers and community effort, it just seems to be throughout. I'd say out of all of it, the biggest, most impressive was actually when we joined Mid-Valley Soccer Club with our daughter. I even volunteered to be a coach. They said, we've already got plenty right now. It was affordable. And we've met parents and we've spent hours on the field with those parents that we then see at the grocery stores or in our schools. having only lived here a couple of years, it's one of the ways that we've been able to feel like a really invested part of the community and meet people at a deeper level that builds the future. Our son is now just reaching the age where he gets to join, and they said I could coach this time, so this is going to be great. It'll be even greater if it can be something that's supported by this body in a way that I think, just having listened to the conversation, I would reiterate all the same points. And so instead, I'll just say it's a community organization. It's that community is why we moved here. And seeing our kids start with this club, I think Keizer children grow up in this kind of an organization. Additionally, it's important that they're offering it in an affordable way and for recreational use. So many more children need just recreation sport than high-priced, high-intensity competitions. So I hope that with all of the feedback that comes today, Mid-Valley Soccer Club could be awarded this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to compliment all of our young people here. Very, very well disciplined and been listening so respectfully. Well done. I would like to see a show of hands. All people associated with Mid-Valley Soccer Club. Thank you. I appreciate that. We've heard from 3 eloquent speakers. Is there anyone else who would like to come and speak tonight? That was everybody I had who had signed up. Is there something that you feel that didn't get said? Would you please come on up and again, your name and your city of residence?
My name is Rebecca Finneran, and I am a Keizer resident. I am the Salem Women's Football Association president. I'm also a player on the Capital Pioneers that plays out at McNary, and we've been playing for 4 years. Came here on a mission, obviously, to get the word out, and I just want to say how full my heart is to be part of this community. The Salem Women's Football Association is trying to bring football and athleticism and community to the city of Keizer, and along with Mid-Valley Soccer. They're the reasons we're here. And when they asked us to partner with them, we wanted to help grow their program as well as them helping us grow ours. We have had so many parents come up to us recently with the new addition of the high school girls flag. That is now a high school sport. Yes. And parents are asking us where their daughters go. I don't have a place for them, and it's hurting my heart. I know a lot of you know Leslie Riswick. She's really big in the community, and I made the phone call to her the other day saying, how do we find them somewhere to go? I feel like the Keizer Turf Fields is not only a place for the girls' flag to go, but it's also a place for everybody behind us to go and to continue to grow and build the community. And not only just for the kids, but I think as adults, it's really important to lead by example, to stay in shape, to have great teamwork and camaraderie. It doesn't matter what your politics are. You can go out on the softball field, you can go out on the basketball court, you can do what you do as a community to build us all together. And that's why we're here partnering with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the same question. Is there anything that you feel has not been said that needs said? Coach.
Thank you.
And again, just name, city of residence.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ryan Kinnett. I am a resident of Salem, but Keizer has been my home for over 12 years when my children started playing soccer with Keizer Soccer Club. I'm also the board co-president of the club, so I have had a leadership role with the club I'm going on 6 years as board president in this role, but I've also been in for another 2 or 3 years as club leadership. First of all, I want to acknowledge the sea of blue behind us. I mean, it's really an honor for me to be up here representing all of these wonderful people and dedicated people. City councilors and staff, I really appreciate your guys' time for hearing us. I know that's nothing new, but a couple of things I just want to talk about is our reach as a club. In the last year, I'm talking from fall of 2023 through this summer, we served approximately 3,300 kids. Some numbers I want to share with you. 40% of our service goes to Keizer. Now, that might seem low. It's only 40%, but let me break this down. Keizer, with one high school and surrounding schools, that's 1,200 kids, compared to the 5 to 6 other high schools, depending on how you break it down. If you include Roberts and alternative ed, we're looking at about 1,900 kids. So that's approximately 300 plus kids versus the over 1,200 kids from Keizer. So proportionally, Keizer soccer, Mid Valley Soccer Club has been Keizer strong, for many, many, many years. We are challenged. There's been some recent changes to funding. Whitaker Middle School, the Salem Keizer School District has changed their funding model. We have not been charged to use those fields. It's been a wonderful partnership where we've acted as stewards, and the school district has provided the fields free of charge. And I also think there was some other agreement long time ago with the city of Keizer on that, and something to do with some pipes that were laid that Ms. Deeker talked about. Anyways, so we're anticipating this year's annual cost to increase $10,000 for use of the soccer fields just at Whitaker. Next year, that's expected to double to just about $20,000. And so what we have to do as a membership-based organization is we have to charge our people more, or we find another way to raise money. I will say, with the addition of the Keizer Rapids Park development, and also our other programs, which include our competitive soccer and recreational soccer and our soccer for little ones, 3 years old and older, it's one of those things where it's an important resource for us, and it allows us to continue to serve the people in Keizer. I also want to acknowledge the Salem Women's Football Association as a collaborator in this. We are in it to collaborate. Not once did we talk about how we can make a lot of money for our club with this. It's not about that. It's about service. And everything that we've talked about as a team has been how can we reinvest everything that we bring in back into Keizer and serve the kids of Keizer and beyond. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Once again, last call for anybody who feels that there's something needs said that didn't get said. I really appreciate all of the very thoughtful comments, testimony, and again, if you have something in writing, we did acknowledge the ones that were sent in, and we will continue to take testimony as you send it in. But tonight we will be moving forward with, and you heard what the staff is recommending as well. So at this point, Council, do you want any other questions answered before we put a motion on the table? Council President Starr, would you please put a motion on the table?
I move for the cancellation of the current solicitation process for management and operations of the artificial turf fields at Keizer Rapids Park, finding it in the public interest to reevaluate the operation plan and procurement processes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council cancel the current solicitation process for management and operations of the artificial turf fields at Keizer Rapids Park, finding it in the public interest to reevaluate the operation plan and procurement processes. Comments or discussion? I'll start at the end and come down this way, and I will bat last.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Cross.
Thank you everyone for coming here. You probably know way more that happens at City Council. So, the biggest crowd that I've had sitting here for the last year and a half. I just want to point out, the things that really highlight, and I just call them learning moments. Like, we're going to learn from this. We definitely dropped the ball, and when I say we, because we are all a team, and this is the first time it's come to City Council, and we are all volunteers, City Council and the mayor, so we do appreciate your time. I just had a hard time with the recusal. Anybody that really knows me, and I think whoever was in the interview process, my big question was, when do Keizer kids get to play on this field? If there's a kid that goes to a concert, when does that kid get to kick the ball around on the turf field? Like, that's where my passion is. When I hear the word Little League, I don't like that our kids aren't playing out there. So it doesn't sit well with me. In regards to Keizer Soccer Club, my husband actually was part of the original team by Jack Lathrop. He grew up on Menlo Drive, and that's before Keizer Soccer was soccer. So he's always said great things. I love the whole evolution of it. He still reminds me that he's on 3 of the Valley trophies for soccer at McNary. So Coach Miguel, you're gonna have to do something about that. Add on to it. So just thank you everyone for being here, seeing the process, and lots of learning moments. And thank you to Council President Starr for putting in the work on this.
Thank you. Councilor Duran.
Yeah, I don't have much to say, but I do appreciate everybody coming here and showing up and letting us know how you feel. We definitely take that into account. I myself had problems with this when it first came out, so I'm happy that we're at this point and we're going to find the best way to do the best for our kids and make it work for Keizer. So that's, I just really want to appreciate, or let you know I appreciate you guys for coming.
Thank you. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is to the kids, to the youth, and the young adults in the audience. You being here today means you are a part of civics in action. And I want you to remember tonight, and remember that when you show up and you use your voice, right, you can impact change in your community, because you are our future. You are the future generation and the future leaders of Keizer. So please take a moment, take this in, and remember how you all showing up in your blue shirts, that was saying, listen to me, I have something to say and I care. So thank you for coming, and please know that you were you've got a real life civics lesson. And so you should all go to your teachers in September and ask for extra credit if you write a report on what happens here tonight. So I'll deal with the teachers later for that. But you were part of impacting change, and I thank you for that.
Well done. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been fun to watch your all's reaction when different people would say different things, and it's just neat to see a big crowd here. Just remember that Keizer City has, we have an investment in a lot of things that are going on here. Last year, we spent $12,000 on Whitaker's Field. How many of you guys knew that? So, I mean, we do care, and we do have an investment. So we appreciate you being here, and we want to see everybody succeed. So there we go.
Councilor Husband.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So for the players in the audience, how many of you have been carded by City Manager Brown? Show of hands?
They may not know.
How about a show of hands on this? How many of you have a coach, past or present, here tonight? Okay, yeah, good number. Yeah, I just want to share with you all that my coach is here too. And my coach has made a profound impact on me that carries to this day. He's still very much my coach. And if you think it's terrifying having to perform in front of him on a soccer field, imagine being in our shoes right now, looking out at this crowd. No, the passion is beautiful, and thank you all for coming. It truly means a lot, not just for us 7 on the dais here, but for the broader city, whether they're watching or not. For the adults in the room, are you sure you want? No, I'm just kidding. Of course you want it. You're all here. You have declared thoroughly that this is something that Mid-Valley Soccer Club wants. I'm having a hard time not calling it Keizer Soccer Club, because that was me back in the day. So Mid-Valley Soccer Club, I ask for one thing out of you amid this great display of solidarity, which is please do not be the dog that caught the car, so to speak. Now, we're not necessarily going to be awarding a contract tonight based upon everything you've heard and everything that Mr. Lindsay pointed out to us. But as an organization, I ask of you, please just remember what it is that you're getting into the turf field project for in the first place, why you wanted to submit this bid, and please help us be operationally excellent. It's part of why you're all here, right? You want the city to do well, so you want to come to the council, where the board, we supervise the city, and you want us broadly to be operationally excellent in everything that we do. We ask of any group whom we award a contract the same. Now, this is an open book, open note test, so there are no wrong answers, and it's good to have this public collaboration. Just let's not have this stop here, right? Because we're all ultimately in this together, and to make Keizer succeed, we want to be operationally excellent in everything that we do. Because when we clear up the operations, then the kids go play, and they don't have to think about it too much. And that's ultimately what we want, is free expression, play, joy, and all that we value spring from that. So all I can say at this point is, again, thank you all for your time. Appreciate it. Coach, please don't be mad at me.
Thank you. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will just echo yet again, thank you for showing up, especially the kids. I'm going to take it a little bit step further. Yes, you matter in the process of city government. And so we have lots of youth liaison positions on our committees. So, and we need youth. So please, please, please take a look at how you can contribute that way. So always lots of opportunities. So don't let it end here is my point with that. So also, I just wanted to make sure that we are, and it's been brought up before, but that we're inclusive of lots of different activities. These two organizations are brilliant programs, and we so appreciate that. As I'm looking at the RFP, there's some plans for outreach and so forth, and make sure that we hit all of those other partners that we had initially conceived of as we started the turf field process. You two organizations were definitely on the top of that list, but there are lots of other people on that list. So making sure that we make this a true community resource. And as brilliant as these programs are, let's start there and continue to move with that. And also, just as you've seen, our city staff is wonderful to work with. We all, both the staff and council, admit when something didn't go quite as well as it could have, and we learn from there. And so part of the RFP is, this working with the city staff. So you've seen our staff in action today, which I would hope would build some trust. So as we embark on the management of these fields, just let's make sure that we are all doing this together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Mr. Brown, and then I will make my comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I just wanted to make it clear that I wrote the RFP, and I don't want people to leave the room thinking that this was Mr. Lindsay's doing. So I want to make sure that rain falls on me. So that's.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I want to just clean up a little bit. Wrong sport. I was the treasurer for Keizer Soccer Club back in the 90s when my son played. And then he played at Salem United, and he played at Dallas United. So soccer was a part of my children's growing up. It was a great sport for my son because sitting really quietly waiting for a ball to come to right field probably would not have been a great fit, just saying. But more importantly were the team experiences, the athleticism, the discipline he learned from this that went on to other areas of his life, and then as an adult in other sports and business. So, like so many of you here, you give your time, you give your energy because you are investing in your children and in the children after them. But as I said at a recent gathering, it's not just my children, the ones that are in my home, our children. This is our community. All the kids in our community are our kids. and we want to see them continue to succeed. And I appreciate Mid-Valley Soccer growing beyond the borders of Keizer to have more of the kids here be our kids. Because we know we have something special here as community, as we embrace and include and find ways for our kids to receive that love and attention and support, the discipline, the lessons learned, and those life skills that will carry on for them as they go into high school and careers. So thank you all. When I use hashtag Keizer shows up, way to go. You have done exactly that. And I also want to echo what all of us up here have said to the young people. You see all sorts of drama on television on how people engage with civic, but maybe not as civil as they should. This is what civil civics looks like. Remember this, when you have other issues that you want to have a voice and make a difference, this is how it's done. We come, we reason together, and we find a way to yes. And that is something Keizer does well. On this particular issue of the discontinuing this RFP process, of course, I agree with council and staff and support doing that. Some of the things I thought were really important that came out in the conversation from you all, but also as I remembered back on other things that Keizer has done. Keiser's not afraid of a challenge. We've taken on new stuff before. You're sitting in one of them. We built this great big building. We put in a community space. Had the city ever run one before? No. Did we figure it out? Yes. Did we have to evolve it over time? Yes. And is it benefiting the community now? Yes. That same can-do, figure-it-out-together attitude can also take this tremendous opportunity of the artificial turf fields and make it shine today, but also produce for us going forward. I have great faith and confidence in the people of Keizer to figure it out and make it work, that we can take care of the facility, you keep delivering your great programs, and together we'll figure out what this looks like this year and the years to come. So I will be fully supporting this motion. Thank you. Council, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. At this time, I would like to take a 5-minute recess, and then we will resume with the rest of our agenda. Thank you. I would like to call the Keizer City Council back to order, and we are going to resume with our agenda. However, I would like to acknowledge that a guest has arrived that will be representing Keizer in national competition, and would ask that we take a few minutes to acknowledge Miss Oregon for America Strong, and then get on with our public hearings. Is there any objection? All right, I would like to invite up Lindsay McAllister, who is Miss Oregon for America Strong, and she is began as Miss Keizer. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having me. So I started my journey as Miss Keizer last year in November. It's been one of my biggest dreams to be Miss Oregon. I didn't try until I was 32. And so I made it happen. And it was wonderful because I got to connect with the entire community through Keizer, a little bit in Salem. I was born and raised in Salem and live here in Keizer now. I'm a small business owner, and it's been wonderful to just be able to get all these opportunities to help mostly the children in Keizer through the Chamber of Commerce and the No Group. I'm getting ready to go to nationals and hopefully represent our entire country as Miss Oregon. I'm very excited. I only have 2 weeks left. And some of the things that I'll be bringing to the table, my platform is based upon chronic illness, which can be anything from a hidden disease to cancer to intellectual or developmental disabilities. So I'm starting up a foundation that allows people to get free haircuts or free hair color as long as you're in the IDD community. And anything that I can help with in our community would be great. If anyone wants to reach out, I come with a whole battle of SASH sisters to volunteer. But it's been a wonderful thing, and I hope I can represent our entire country next.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations on winning Miss Oregon and representing Keizer. I would like to send with you a small token of our appreciation, and that you can wear this with pride. As you are representing Oregon, that you remember you are representing Keizer with one of our Keizer pins. So for luck for you, and also our best wishes as you go to nationals, and we know that you will make us proud. So thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Appreciate it.
Dan's gonna get that, and we'll have the Keizer with that forever.
Are you sure? There we go. Yeah.
Thank you. Good luck. Yeah, thank you. Miss Oregon. All right, thank you so much. We'd like to now go to our public hearings. All right, let me get to that page. And I'd like to open a public hearing on ordinance declaring a lien against property located at 5142 Hasbrook Avenue Northeast, Keizer, Oregon, and directing the city recorder to enter such lien in the minor lien docket pursuant to ordinance number 94-282, nuisance abatement procedure, declaring an emergency. And this goes to Mr. Witham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. So yes, before you tonight is a public hearing that I know is very well attended and lots of people signed up to testify for it, maybe not. But in the process for code enforcement with, this was a noxious vegetation complaint. It's a vacant house. The property owner actually is deceased. We've had to deal with the property a few different times. Neighbors get very upset and frustrated, which is just what happens. So we had to take care of it. It was very overgrown. It was over $1,000, and our ordinance requires that we come to the city council to declare the statement of cost correct and in order to place the lien on the property. So that is what we are here to do tonight. The total, it's in the packet, the ordinance and the statement of costs. With the publishing for the hearing, it totaled $3,148. Our hard costs were $3,080 that we've already paid. And now we have an additional cost for the publishing. So that's what we're asking. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the ordinance or the staff report? Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is mostly just a question about the lien process. How well do people understand what's involved with the lien? I'm thinking particularly about the 9% and what that can mean in terms of the final sale of their house and so forth. And just what kind of education do we do? Or you just send in a letter and hope they
Well, they get sent multiple letters and notices, and I mean, yeah, I don't know how well they know in this particular case. The owner is not going to be the one paying for it because he's not there anymore. It's difficult when we have an owner that we can actually work with. We've been able to be pretty successful in setting up payment plans, things like that. So we sometimes don't even have to go to the lien process. So we do kind of reserve that for when it has to happen. Now, I mean, I thought you were going to ask me, like, how many of these actually get paid and how long does it take? And I'd be like, man, I don't know. Ask Tim. Like, once it gets put on the lien docket, it's out of my brain at that point. But so, yeah, I mean, I think we do attempt to, but it is difficult. And, you know, we haven't had a lot lately, but after around 2009, 2010, we had a lot of vacant properties that we'd have to take care of mowing. Anymore, we kind of, that's our last resort, is us having to step in and mow. We really want people to be responsible for their property. But in those circumstances where people are unable, or in this case, truly there is no one to take care of it right now, we want to have that placed on that lien so that when it does get sold and changes ownership, we will hopefully get paid for that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Lindsay?
And this is anecdotal, maybe, although I think Mr. Witham's been here a lot longer than I have, but I thought this particular gentleman or this property had this happen prior as well. So in a sense, this person was well aware of it because we had been completely through the process before. And I would echo that the city wants to work with people, and unfortunate circumstances here in the end, but this person knew because he'd gone through the process before.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councilor Husband?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Witham, who does own this house right now?
It is still in the estate. So I don't have the title, but I think technically it's kind of in that limbo realm of whether or not a family owner redeems it or if it ends up being ultimately foreclosed on by Marion County or something like that.
Quick follow-up. I assume that we haven't necessarily heard one way or another whether the estate is going to go into conservatorship, whether there's a family member.
No, we've been unsuccessful in getting this particular gentleman, I have known him for probably 20 years. I used to be the code officer a long time ago, like maybe over 20 years ago. And so I dealt with his property back when I was the code officer. So this is kind of one of our frequent flyer properties, and we've actually been pretty successful in working with him to get things cleaned up to a semi-acceptable level. In the last probably 5 years, been a little more unable to do that because of some health issues and some changes, and now he's not there. So, yeah.
May I ask one more quick
Follow-up?
What, in the event that this does go to some kind of conservatorship, what's kind of next from the city's standpoint, or now that the city is considering placing a lien upon this property? Say we approve it, how does that transfer into the estate affect matters from the city side?
I mean, theoretically, the lien placed on the property, when that property gets sold, bought, traded, then those liens get cleared and we get paid at that point in time. That's the hope. Unfortunately, sometimes with properties we don't, depending on the situation, because I'm not a lawyer, but the lawyers have explained to me that sometimes we eat it.
It's okay, you have one on either side.
Yeah, I know, right? Hey, bum. So yeah, I mean, I think from an operational standpoint, it doesn't really change anything to us. We're still responsible to notify whoever the responsible party is. So if that responsible party shifts, we'll be dealing with a different person next year, or hopefully we won't be dealing with another person because the responsibility will shift and they will take care of it so that we don't have to intervene.
Yeah, appreciate you educating on the procedural part. Sure. That's very nice, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Okay, I do not have anybody signed up to testify for this public hearing. Is there anyone here present who would like to testify on this issue? Seeing none, anything further from council before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Council President Starr.
I move that Keizer City Council adopt ordinance 2024 declaring a lien against property located at 5142 Hasbrook Avenue North in Keizer, Oregon.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt ordinance number 2024, declaring a lien against property located at 5142 Hasbrook Avenue North, Keizer, Oregon. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. All right, we are going to go to public hearing. Open the public hearing on resolutions for authorization for a supplemental budget. Do I need to read all of them now, Mr. Lindsay, or can that wait until we make the resolution? Mr. Lindsay? Do I need to read all of them now as I open the public hearing?
They are in the packet, and so we also do minutes.
Okay.
So they are in the record. So, I mean, just so people know,
Okay.
these are supplemental budgets, and they kind of touch upon certain things, but a verbatim isn't necessary.
All right, thank you. Then these are supplemental budgets for General Fund Police Operations Department, Police Vehicle Outfitting Costs, General Fund Transient Occupancy Tax Department, Keizer Rapids Electrical Project, General Fund Transient Occupancy Tax Department, Keizer Heritage Museum Display Project, Street Fund Pavement Markings Contractual Services, Park Services Fund Pickleball Court Project, Transportation Improvement Fund Short-Term Loan, and Public Employee Retirement System PERS Obligation Fund Short-Term Loan. And this goes to Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. I may have overdone it this time. I was trying to get the maximum benefit out of our public hearing costs with Keizer Times. So I probably should have limited it to about 5 items instead of 7, so I apologize for that. Anyway, Oregon Budget Law, ORS 294, provides that a supplemental budget may be adopted when an occurrence or condition that was not known at the time the budget was prepared requires a change in financial planning. Tonight, we are considering 7 supplemental budgets. The first is to recognize and appropriate $85,000 of additional working capital in the General Fund Police Operations Department. This is to provide for police vehicle outfitting costs that were budgeted in last year but won't be completed until this year. Unfortunately, our vendor that we use, Wireworks, is significantly delayed in getting vehicles outfitted. So we're one of many departments in the long line waiting to be serviced. We do anticipate those with vehicles are here, but the outfitting won't be completed until this fiscal year sometime. The next one is to transfer $13,300 from contingency to materials and services in the General Fund Transient Occupancy Department. This is to provide for expanding the electrical capabilities at Keizer Rapids Park. The third is to transfer $2,800 from contingency to materials and services in the General Fund Transient Occupancy Department to provide appropriations for the Keizer Heritage Museum Display Project, and that is the SOC display. The fourth is to transfer $90,900 from capital outlay to materials and services in the street fund to provide for increased pavement marking services costs. This contract came before the City Council recently. The fifth adjustment is to recognize and appropriate $150,000 of an additional working capital in the Park Services Fund. This is to complete the pickleball courts that were originally budgeted in last year, but won't be completed until this year. The sixth adjustment is to provide a short-term loan of $3.5 million. We're going to transfer capital outlay to transfers out in the Transportation Improvement Fund. This is to give us short-term dollars until permanent financing can be obtained. And the seventh is to recognize the $3,500,000 in the PERS obligation fund. This will be a newly created fund to provide appropriations to resolve the city's PERS obligation. associated with subject salary reporting until the permanent financing is obtained. And with that, I'd be free to address any questions. You are able to adopt these all at once if you so choose, or you can isolate them out similar to the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. I do have one, and I'll go to council. The second one, which is the transfer of $13,300 from contingency to materials and services for the electrical project. I checked with Mr. Brown earlier today because I recalled that there were two reductions in that total cost or total allocation. One was $1,000 that we received from Portland General Electric, and the other was, let me see if I can get to that part of my page. There it is. We had a lower cost of the project with, was it $1,754? So that means we need approximately $2,754 less than we did. So I will be pulling this one so we can reduce the amount from 13,300 to 15,550, just to round it a little bit. So that's the one change, and then they'll change the contingency balance to 66,250, and then we'll need to pull the next one to just correct that number on the one for the Keizer Heritage. Mr. Wood.
Madam Mayor, if we could keep it to an even 100, that would be appreciated.
No problem. Okay. That'll make it easier. Will do. All right. Anything else from council members?
Can you just clarify now what those numbers are for the record?
Yes. Maybe I'll change that up.
Could you repeat that again, Madam Mayor?
Yes. So the total right now for the one for the Keizer Rapids Electrical Project will be reduced from 13,300 to, do we need to go to 10,600 or 10,500? What's going to get us there, Mr. Wood?
I would recommend 10.5.
10,500? Okay, so 10,500? Okay. And then that would change contingency to 66,300. Is that correct? And then in item C, the contingency would change to a starting point of 66,300. And then come down to, okay, I'll have to get to that page. Anyway, if you could get me that number, that would be helpful. For the contingency. And then I'll go to Counselor Duran. Okay, electrical, here it is. So it's changing from, see, 66,300 minus 2,800. So the new number will be 63,500. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Does that help? Council President Starr? Okay, thank you. Councilor Duran?
I wasn't clear on that, on the deductions on the electrical. Were those already taken in before that? That's what did we end up with the 13,300 before those? Because those were taken off of the original 15 we had? Or were those supposed to come out of the I thought we'd already taken that out.
Madam Mayor and Council,
Mr.
the
Brown.
1754 was from last year's economic prosperity initiative from the county. We didn't get it spent before the end of the fiscal year, June 30. So that's how much we had left. So I went back and asked the county staff, and I said, we didn't spend it. Do we need to return it? And they said, no, you can go ahead and use it on the same project, because I said we still have expenses. And then, of course, then PGE grant of $1,000. So that's where the extra revenue come. Haven't reduced any of the expenses that were projected yet for the service line and the final work.
Should that come off now, or did it come off before? That's what, I'm not sure. Are we left with the 13.3 after that stuff came off?
The expense budget is the same. We just have those additional revenues. I'm not sure I'm understanding you, and it doesn't look like you're understanding me. So.
Do we still have enough money to cover the expenses?
Yes.
With taking those off of that 13.3?
Yes, yes, yep. Because it's additional funding. So, yeah.
Okay. Anything else on any of the other resolutions?
I just have a point of order clarification. If we're not changing the transfer amount in item C, you had made a note that you were gonna pull item C, but I don't know if we're not changing the amount of the transfer, it's still 2,800 from if I heard correctly. Do we still need to pull that, or can we just pull the one, item 2, the electrical capabilities?
Mr. Wood?
My recommendation is the transfer amount, since the transfer amount isn't changing, you don't need to pull that.
Okay. So the contingency is, that's more for illustrative?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else before I check with folks who would like to testify? I don't have anybody signed up to testify on this public hearing. Is there anyone here present who would like to testify on any of these matters in this public hearing? Okay, there are none. I'll go there. And anything further from council before I close the public hearing? Nope. Public hearing is now closed. Council President Starr.
I move the council adopt the 6 resolutions authorizing for supplemental budgeting regarding the general fund police operations for vehicle outfitting costs, another for the Keizer Heritage Museum display project, the street fund for pavement markings, the Park Service Fund for pickleball court project, the Transportation Improvement Fund for a short-term operation loan, and the PERS Obligation Fund for a short-term operation loan.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt the 6 resolutions authorizing for supplemental budgeting regarding the general fund police operations for vehicle outfitting costs, for the Keizer Heritage Museum display project, for the street fund for pavement markings, the Park Service Fund for pickleball court project, the Transportation Improvement Fund for a short-term operation loan, and the PERS Obligation Fund for a short-term operation loan. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Council President Starr.
I move the Keizer City Council transfer $10,500 from contingency to materials and services in the general fund transient occupancy department to provide appropriations for the cost of expanding the electrical capabilities at Keizer Rapids Park.
Second?
Okay. That one, okay. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council authorize transfer of $10,500 from contingency to materials and services in the general fund transient occupancy department to provide appropriations for the cost of expanding the electrical capabilities at Keizer Rapids Park. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. That concludes the public hearings for this evening. We will now return to item 8B, which is the under administrative action. And this is a resolution amending the Traffic Safety Bikeways Pedestrian Committee, amending resolution number R 2012-2256, repealing resolution R 2023-3403. and this goes to Ms. Bissett.
Mayor and City Councilors, the Traffic Safety, Bikeways and Pedestrian Committee recently met, and they made a motion at their meeting to remove language related to the Oregon Traffic Safety Committee. It's in item number 5 in their appendix in the resolution. That committee no longer exists, so they would like to remove it. They also had discussed removing the non-voting members of the fire department but they decided against that, and so they want to go ahead and keep them as non-voting members.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions on the recommendation or staff report? Ms. Aldevar, do you have anything to add? I actually do have a question for you, if you would be willing to come on up, and thank you for hanging with us through just a lot of really good work tonight. So I was reading through, and this could also go to staff, in the Appendix A, there's a reference to, there it is, number 4, references Connect Oregon. That no longer includes Bike Ped. That has been changed. So based on some of the other updates that were brought, is that something that we'd like to take out or to reference the change program?
Yeah, I was unaware of that. I'll be happy to look at it and bring that as a motion as well. So do we want to wait on this until we look at all of it?
If the committee would like to relook at that, it is, let me scroll back down here. So, yeah, Connect Oregon deleted the Bike Ped from that program, and it's been shifted over to the Multimodal Statewide Investments Management Fund. So it's got its own earmark now, if you will. And the other projects under Connect Oregon are still aviation, rail, marine, and the fourth one, aviation, marine, anyway, just not road.
Okay.
So aviation, marine, rail, port are the ones that are covered under Connect Oregon. Because transit, I think, has its own fund as well. It's been earmarked. So, yeah, if we could refer this back, and then if we're going to do that, can we also look at item number 9? To add an item, and that is for the operation or management of the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. To add that into the Appendix A. You guys have been working on it forever, and I looked into the list here, and it's not there. Oh, number 9 is to provide an annual written or oral report of activities to council and other reports which the council may request from time to time. We don't do that.
But I have a list of everything I got to report on. I was organized.
Yeah. Well, you are organized. It's been a fantastic improvements. So can we put a question mark on that one and then have a conversation about adding how this committee will be operating the neighborhood traffic management program, and then come back with that?
I would look for some guidance on what that means exactly, so we know what is within our wheelhouse.
Yeah.
No problem working with Public Works to do that.
Okay, so those are the 2 questions I had. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since this is no longer tied to that government entity in the same way, do we have to keep the rather cumbersome name, or could we perhaps come up with options for that?
That's a good question, because I understood that we had to have the words traffic safety in there to comply with state statute. So maybe that's a question, Mr. Lindsay?
I'll have to double check.
Okay.
I recall recently talking to someone on a similar committee, maybe in McMinnville. Okay. I'd have to recall, and they went through the similar exercise of changing their name to something much simpler, and I thought it was great. So if you are able to look into that.
Happy to look into it.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, we've gotten used to traffic safety bike ped, but I remember when we combined them, because years ago, I was on a committee with 2 other counselors. We did a review of all of our committees and commissions, and we had the bikeways and traffic safety, and that's when we combined them. Because we were having a hard time getting both of them filled, and there was so much overlap. So that's how that happened. was when I was a city councilor. And then, but we tried to take the words traffic safety out and just kind of shorten it up like transportation or something like that. We were told we had to have those 2 words in there. So if that's changed, yahoo, shorten it up, make it simpler, but still communicate what you all do.
So back to what you said on number 9, was it, the annual report?
Yeah.
Do you just want to have that removed so we don't have to do that because we come monthly? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, we've never really done this annual report thing, not that I recall. So can we talk about what this looks like, or if it should, or if it's going to be related to reporting out on the new traffic, neighborhood traffic management program? What does that look like? How do we get the word out to people? How do we report results? So maybe if you guys could have that conversation about what that looks like and make number 9 relevant to how the committee's going to be operating going forward.
Okay.
Rather than something that I don't recall that we actually do. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else? Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Tammy, for hanging in there with us tonight. With those suggestions from you, Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure that we're not, like, is this the final change that would then go to the committee to bring back to us for approval? And I want to make sure that Tammy and her team, are they going to be expected to take this back through the entire process through the CDC and then back? They've just been working on it forever. And I feel bad that we're sending it back again. So is there any direction that we can give that will, maybe the next time all the work you put into it and you bring back, like, we're not going to send it back to you for changes?
You're referring to the NTMP?
Yeah.
My goal is to finish the updates to what I've been given recently and then pretty much send it back for approval.
Okay.
I don't think there's
I just
any
wanna
more
make
need
sure.
to continue working unless someone thinks otherwise.
And we're not just keeping this circular thing going.
Correct, that's what I'm hoping for. And then with the annual updates, I'm gonna give this some serious thought to rethink the committee now in a way of structuring it more around the NTMP as a guideline is what I'm hearing tonight. So I will come up with some proposals on what that looks like.
I just feel like we're not giving you very much direction in that realm. So can we leave it in there? And then between the committee and staff, they determine what that annual report looks like? Do they combine all of the information and then just put out one report? I just want to make sure we're giving enough direction so we're eliminating the back and forth.
So what does that direction look like at this point?
That's why I'm asking the question, is I want to make sure that you have enough direction so when it comes back, we don't say, that's not what we like, and we send it back.
I'm envisioning coming up with a plan based on what we're discussing here tonight, a proposal of what it would look like. Because I think what you're saying is to incorporate the NTMP into our committee more so than we currently have, and let that be the driving factor for the annual report and anything that goes along with it. Is that what you're saying? Am I hearing that right?
Yes, because looking at this Appendix A, which defines the function of this committee, since this has been a complete redo of something from way back in 2005 that's never been properly operationalized, you guys have worked really hard on that. And then I'm looking at the makeup of this committee, this is from a year ago, and trying to make some additional changes and going, you know what, this hasn't been added in. The work from over this last year is not yet in this part of the document, and it really makes sense to make sure it's in there. And because as we're defining how this committee works, what the job is, we want to make sure that this reflects what's actually being done. And because of the work on this plan and this program, that's now changed from a year ago.
I would then ask that I'm gonna have a meeting with city staff to understand what role that exactly is because of the new design of it. and what that would mean for us.
Right.
Okay.
And then what reporting would make sense, you know, for getting word out to the public, responsiveness to the community, when people bring their concerns and questions, now they know where to go look to find that information. You put together that wonderful spreadsheet, and that's still relatively new, but it's a great reporting tool. So again, how do we take these improvements and make sure we're reflecting them in what we actually do, rather than have an old document that's out of date? Does that make sense? I'm gonna go to, Councilor Husband, can I go to Mr. Brown and then come back to you?
Of course.
Mr. Brown?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, Council. I think it would only be fair to have the, make sure the staff supports the committee in, if we go to that annual report, so we get together and figure that out.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councilor Husband?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two things. One, I like the name traffic safety, bikeways, pedestrian. While it is a little bit elongated, as Councilor Kohler noted, it sounds very good when you scrunch it up a little bit to traffic safety, bike and ped. and two, I do think it does a good job of capturing the scope of what the committee tries to do, but also not in such a way as to limit the function. People see it as a transportation and mobility community, and I think the discussion that takes place does a very good job toward that, while Chair Salazar has been focused on honing into the specific project list and not letting the broader philosophical issues weigh the committee down. So I think that's been working very well. My second thing is, Madam Mayor, I would like to move to adopt resolution R2024, amending the Traffic Safety Bikeways Pedestrian Committee, amending resolution number 2012-2256, repealing resolution number 2023-3403. My reason being, I would like to get this motion.
You can speak to after we get a second.
Okay.
So is there a second? Okay, thank you, but motion does die for lack of second. All right. At this point, we're going to move forward with asking the Traffic Safety Bike Ped to work with staff and consult back with the committee on these changes. And again, what would serve your committee, and then communicating out to the public the most effectively. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My concern is that we've had a member of one of our committees do what I would say was absolute huge yeoman's work on all this. And I think if we send it back very many more times, I would not be, is this what I would do with it? You guys don't like this, let's, I'm just gonna quit. So again, thank you for all the work that you've done on this. And if we're putting too much on this, just say so. And I mean, we have staff that should be able to help you do this. So
I think we're wrapping up the program, so that's, I think we're there. I don't see any more changes, and I'm excited to implement it itself. And so with that, it's going to drive moving forward. But what I'm hearing tonight is we just want to make sure we tie that into our, I keep wanting to say mission, but what is it? It's our
committee description.
Thank you, that's it. Yeah. So I think there's a place for it to all work together, and that's what I'm going to work on next. But the program itself, I've gotten back all the comments, and I'm just going to wrap it all up and then move it forward to the city for a final look over and any final tweaks, and then it will go to city council, if I'm understanding the process correctly next. Okay. And then, yeah, that will fit nicely into what we're doing here.
Right. So just to be clear, we're not sending back the neighborhood traffic management program. That's not what we're discussing tonight. This is a change to the resolution regarding the committee itself. And this is some updates that were discovered by your committee. But as I was reading the resolution, realizing that there were some other changes that had happened in the last year that also needed to be reflected is if we're going to change this, let's make sure we capture those two as well. So, no, definitely not sending back the neighborhood traffic management program. That one isn't on the agenda tonight, but it should be soon. I referenced it for how is that going to be incorporated in the description of this committee? Because it's never been in the description of this committee. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. So if somebody wants to apply for this committee and they read the Appendix A or Attachment A, it's in there. And they know to go look at it so they can learn more about it. Right now, it's not in there. So I think it's a way to bring all of our documents up and align them at this, as we go. This program is now getting ready to go with a huge update. This is a year since we've looked at the Attachment A. It needs some updates again. So that's the only thing. And Connect Oregon changed. I just went through the process on Connect Oregon, so to your point, we don't want to reference things that are no longer relevant. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just, as I'm looking at this resolution that we are not voting on tonight, but and Mr. Lindsay, this is really a question for you. Looking at, again, the resolution line 14, line 16, if we could put the membership section of Section A, or amendment, what is it, A? Appendix A, just to be clear on that. So the membership section of Appendix A, the purpose section of Appendix A, just so that we're clear on that.
For sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? And then we will see this come back. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for staying with us on this and the tremendous work of the committee.
Melissa, is it possible I can get a snippet of this part so that I can?
Awesome. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 8C, which is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of bond for pension payments. Mr. Wood?
Madam Mayor, City Council, with the direction of Hawkins, Delafield, and Wood LLP, the city's bond counsel, the city is seeking authorization to issue a bond of up to $3.6 million to provide appropriations to resolve the public employee retirement system Tier 1 and Tier 2 reporting, to include the employer 457 deferred compensation contributions as subject salary. Not a lot to add to it, other than if this gets adopted tonight, it'll start a 30-day clock, and we can start the work on issuing the bonds in 30 days. It's likely to take 2 to 3 months from that point. Likely we'll see the funding at the end of September, early October. And with that, I'd be free to address any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Wood, if we don't have the calculations finalized, how do we know this is enough?
It is an estimate. I don't have a good answer for you. This is my best guess at this point.
So what happens if it's not enough?
I'll have to come back to City Council and readdress that at that point.
Is there any wisdom in waiting until we know for sure?
We could delay if we so choose. I mean, it's just pushing out the timeline from when we get the permanent financing, but we do have the interim financing, so that's fine.
I mean, I'm just trying to, what's the most efficient
Sure.
way if we don't have the calculations? Why are we doing this now?
We're just moving the timeline. We can delay if you so choose.
What are the cons to that? I mean, I want to make sure we fulfill our obligation, but I also want to make sure that we're not going to come back again.
Yeah, I guess there's questions, and maybe Mr. Wood would know this better than I would, but like interest rates come to mind, or, you know, I mean, there are consequences for when you borrow money and how long you borrow money. That's what comes to mind for me. As far as legally speaking, I don't feel like there's a consequence to that, because you can go out for bond again. It's within your power. It's just a matter of, I will say on the flip side, if we've gotten bond counsel and we've tried to push this down the road to where we think it should be. There might be future expenses if we have to come back and do that again too, so, I mean, it's on both sides. There's expenses on what we've already done, and then I don't know, I can't prognosticate the interest very well.
Nobody can.
I mean, it's,
Yeah. No, but that's all my thoughts on it.
I'm looking for the expert. Like, I just.
Mr. Wood?
Madam Mayor, City Council, we can push it out. We are, basically, it's just guessing on the interest rates. If the closer we get to the election, the wonkier it may get, or it may calm down, or who knows? I guess your guess is as good as mine. If we do want to wait until we have a more solid number of what we need to borrow, we can do that. We just need to keep in mind that there's going to be a 2 to 3 month period until we can get the permanent financing. With the short-term loan, we do have a 1-year limit though, so we need to make sure that we have something in place by the end of that year.
Follow-up?
So with that, if we get the final calculations back and it's only, okay, let me back up. So we move forward with this 3.6, all right? We get it in 3 months, or they issue the bonds in 3 months. And then 2 months later, we get the calculations back and it was only 3.1 that we needed to borrow. What happens with that other 500,000? Like, what, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to understand why we would move forward now when we have zero. I mean, we have a best guess, and it could be less, or it could be more. So what's the pros and the cons to either?
Sure. At this point, we're only authorizing up to 3.6. So if it were something less, we wouldn't borrow that amount. If it was over, then I would fess up and say my estimates were way off. I don't want to think that that's the case, but sure, we can sit on this another month or two if you so choose.
Mr. Brown?
I think we just had a drop in the federal interest rate yesterday, didn't we? So, yeah, as we approach an election, there is that uncertainty about it. Coming in low is not the bad thing. The scary thing is coming over, which would mean it'd have to come back. But if we come in low, that's easy.
Councilor Husband?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the City Council adopt ordinance number 2024, authorizing the issuance of bond for pension payments.
Well, since Council President Husband put a motion on the table, I mean.
That doesn't sound like the magic word, Council President Starr.
Motion dies for lack of second.
Madam Mayor.
Councilor Reed?
Thank you. I would just like to just understand more fully. So if we do wait another, will we ever have a more solid number? Or are we always going to be working with an estimate until the final paperwork is complete?
I would argue that as time goes on, the number will get more and more refined, just as we go through the process of doing each person's calculation and identifying what the back interest payments and that kind of thing are. So there is some benefit to waiting, sure. I would like to try to get this project behind me as quickly as possible. So I suppose it's my own self-interest of trying to get it done and behind us, but we can wait. No, it's not an issue.
Okay, understood. I've got a question, I'll come back to you. So I've got a question. If we've authorized the issuance of the bonds and that we leave it to you and our bond counsel for the timing to do that, that then opens up the opportunity for the city to respond to a favorable market. If we delay and there's an opportunity with a favorable market, but we haven't authorized the issuance of the bonds, we miss that opportunity. So what I'm looking at is what would be the window of opportunity should we authorize the issuance of the bonds, how much time between that authorization and the issuance of the bonds to be able to respond to a favorable market? For timing.
It's a good question. I don't think there is an expiration, similar to what we did with the Keizer Station LID when we were considering refinancing. At some point, we did come back and say, you know, the opportunity is no longer valid, so we rescinded that ordinance at that point. So with this, if you say 3.6 million tonight, which is, I guess, my recommendation, we're not going to do it until the bond counsel and placement agent says, oh yeah, this is a good time to do it. So I guess the downside is if say this ends up being 4 million, I would have to come back, we'd have to amend the ordinance at that point. Or we find the appropriation somewhere else.
And I'm gonna have one more follow-up, then I'll come back to you, Council President Starr. Based on the estimates and the calculations done to date, 3.6 was the high end of looking at worst-case scenarios. So there are some better-case scenarios that could happen under that, but this was what, in your estimation, was the worst-case scenario that we'll be facing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So kind of a two-part question. I always focused in my former life and my former job on the May economic forecast because that kind of predicated what we could expect at the legislative side, right? So there's the May economic forecast from our state economist, which would tell us, kind of give us an idea of what was going to happen. Is there a second, I don't know if there's a second economic forecast that comes out from the state.
That part I don't know. I would have to check.
Okay, because I'm wondering about that. Is it in October? Is it one in May and one in October, November? Do you see where I'm going with? I think I see Mr. Brown nodding. I'm just wondering if that's going to give us an idea and when it is. And then the second part of that is if we see a rapid drop in interest rates and we're that much closer to knowing what the exact figure is that we need to authorize, what is and maybe this goes to Mr. Lindsay, what kind of parameters do we have for calling like a quick meeting? You know what?
Yeah, we could call a quick meeting with enough, with at least 24 hours notice. The idea is that an ordinance itself takes a first reading and then the way, my understanding is of the bond is that it can't be an emergency clause. Right. It has to be the 30 days because that gives the public the right to appeal it. So no matter what, it would be 30 days. And that's if it's under our charter, as long as it's a unanimous vote.
Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so Mr. Brown, because I know we started meeting tonight at 5:30, so hopefully I asked this question right. What I'm hearing from you is it sounds like it's equal pros and cons, like 50-50. But if we do borrow the money now and the interest rates drop, we could pay interest on money that is not needed. Is that correct?
No, that's, if it dropped, we would be benefited by it again. The feds just haven't used the Federal Reserve hasn't used interest rates to try to control inflation for quite a while. So this is a nice change that we've seen, but I don't think it'll go up either, given that they just dropped it. So, but
sorry, follow up. But it's kind of like looking at a crystal ball, right? Flipping a quarter.
You got it.
Okay.
Yep.
And follow up. Sorry, Mr. Wood, but you kind of just said that the urgency is because you want this project behind yourself. So I have to think about what's best for the city of Keizer.
So I'm gonna go Counselor Reed and then Counselor Husband.
So what I heard though is we're not, if we pass this ordinance right now, that doesn't mean you're gonna jump out and go do it. You've got the bond council, you're gonna look for the best time. So this authorization starts the process. It's not, you're gonna go out and do it tomorrow. You're gonna work with the experts to figure out as close to as you can, the best deal we're gonna get. Is that what I heard you say on that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Whenever we give the go-ahead, it's going to be probably about a 3-month process. So from start to finish. So if we just, or it could be a 6-month process. If we get to September and realize, oh, the world's gone crazy, yeah, we're going to sit on it, for a while until things calm down. So there's no, we're not going to go out and issue a bond tomorrow by any means. This literally just starts the process. And yeah, I am a little bit selfish in wanting to get this behind me because we got a lot of good things going on in the city to focus our efforts on.
Thank you, but I'm going to follow up with that, and I'll go to Counselor Husband. So this authorization opens the door for our bond counsel to advise when the market is correct for us to go and do this. It doesn't say we are going to do this in 60 days. It says that after 30 days, the authorization is there for bond counsel to work with staff on recommending the time to go forward with issuing bonds for the amount needed. And by that time, we'll have a better number for how much debt will have to be issued. So 3.6 is a not to exceed. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Husband?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the other end of this issue are people. We are engaged in this because we are working with a group of people and ultimately trying to set things right with them with respect to the rules of the game, so far as we know them to be, and so much as we can put our best foot forward. I find it very difficult to look those people in the eye and tell them that the city council is not interested in considering this resolution tonight because we are trying to time the bond market and to try and get the optimal interest rate. Any professional investor will tell you it is very difficult, if not impossible, to time a market toward your optimal outcome. People who do that, and it's certainly not just individual investors, it's city and state governments all the time, county governments, they get burned because they thought the interest rate policy was going to go one way and it turned out not to go that way. This is an instance where we have one direct element of control, and what we cannot control is what the Federal Reserve is going to do to the national interest rate. We can't influence that. We can only control our behavior here.
Thank you. Counselor Cross?
Follow-up. Thank you, Counselor Husband. Have we fulfilled all of our duties regarding PERS up to this date in good faith? You can both answer, Mr. Brown and Mr. Wood, when it comes to our wonderful blue soldiers out there.
We have interim funding in place.
So we have money that we're paying out.
Access to cash is not the issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I did a quick search on federal interest rates. But first, I'd like to go on record as saying this deliberation, Mr. Husband, has nothing to do with an unwillingness or a refusal to do what is the right thing to do for our retirees and our current employees.
That's your projection, Council President.
Council President Starr has the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What it does have to do with is making the best decision possible with the information that we have at hand to continue moving forward and making our retirees and current employees whole, which is what we have done to date as a city council. 4 days ago, multiple reputable sources say that September rates are likely, or September rate cuts in the interest rate are likely in September. So again, my question is, I worry about having to come back again and issue more when we don't have a better idea of what we're going to be, the amount that we're going to need. I understand it's a best guess from staff right now. So I want to make sure that we're getting, that we know what we need before we move forward. And I don't feel like we have that. But I will say, and then I'm going to be done with this conversation, please do not ever insinuate that I don't have the best interests of our retirees or our current employees in mind when I am deliberating and asking questions, Councillor Hussman. I am responsible, as are all of us, in ensuring that we have the best information that we need and we take everything into consideration when we are looking at incurring debt as representatives of the city of Keizer. So respectfully, do not ever say that and make that assumption about me again.
I would like, Mr. Wood, and then I've got a question on, to one of the points that was raised regarding the interest rates. Actually, if I may, and then go to you, Mr. Wood. If we authorize tonight to move forward, that means it's 30 days that goes into September before bond debt could be issued. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So following up, if interest rates drop in September, by doing this tonight, we then will be able to, if bond counsel so advises, be able to move on that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So one more follow-up. 3.6 million is the current best estimate for the needs of the people that we are working to resolve this issue. Would there be wisdom, and this is going to go out to the council, to, if 3.6 million is making people feel uncomfortable as to whether that is the worst-case scenario, go ahead and raise the amount that we're authorizing. I don't think we're going to need it. I have based on what I have seen to date, these numbers have been really consistent. And I would not anticipate them going up, but if it would make council feel that we would not have to repeat this, to go up a little higher with a bond limit of a little bit higher, but start this process now, so if the interest rates do drop, that we don't lose out on that opportunity to capture a really good rate. So that is something I'm going to, Mr. Wood, make sure I got that right, and then ask council to consider that. So I'm going to go to Mr. Wood, and then Councilor Duran, I will go to you.
Madam Mayor, that's better than my suggestion. I do think if we increase the amount tonight, that will at least put in place the option to take advantage of something in the future. My recommendation would be just big round numbers, 5.5 million, up to 5.5 million. That's like way beyond anything that I've ever even calculated. So that would be the upper max. And again, we would only borrow what we need to cover this obligation when the time comes.
So just to make sure that I've understood, this is authorization and up to and shall not exceed, but we only borrow exactly what we need.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Also, at the time of the borrowing, we will come back with a supplemental budget, so you'll see, how that money is being spent.
Thank you. Councilor Duran.
So now I have two questions. Mr. Wood, what what's your best guess that we're gonna get information back from PERS on what the real numbers are? Just, I mean, you've talked to them, I mean, just a guess. What is your feeling?
That's
Is
a
it
real,
this year?
real good question. I don't particularly want to speak for PERS, although with the people that we have sent there, they've been able to resolve the current employees within weeks of me giving them data. We've had 2 retirees that were pushed through the process because they were still within the 240-day period. Those folks took about a month, 4 to 5 weeks. So we're really looking at a month-long process once, that's my assumption for these folks. But if we overwhelm PERS with 40 retiree information all at once, it could get delayed.
Okay. So if we do bump the bond number up to 5.5 million, what does that do with, I mean, the cash that we have on hand that we've just, the 3.6 that for temporary, does that need to change? Or are we gonna just try and get as much done as we can with that number before we need the permanent?
Excellent question. We would just do what we can with that amount of cash because that's all the cash that we have available.
Right, okay, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't gonna.
Good question.
Catch us up, be a hang up somewhere. Okay, thank you.
Once we get through that 3.6 million, we'll have a real darn good idea of where the final number will land.
Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the PERS is figuring the numbers kind of in chunks, right? So would we wait and then take it all out at once, or are we gonna go out and once we get a chunk of what we know, we go out and then we get another chunk back from PERS and we go out again? Or are we just gonna kind of wait and, that's my other question.
Sure, good question. We would wait till towards the very end of the process so we know what the total dollar amount is. We wouldn't be able to issue debt in chunks like that, so it'd be one tranche at the final end.
Okay, so I'd feel better upping the limit.
Okay. So may I suggest for a motion that we adopt this ordinance with a amended limit to 5.5 million? So I would need a motion to that effect.
I move the Keizer City Council adopt ordinance number 2024, authorizing the issuance of bond for pension payments not to exceed 5.5 million.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt ordinance number 2024, authorizing the issuance of bond for pension payments not to exceed a limit of $5.5 million. Discussion. Looking down the row. Anything further? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, please signify by saying no. Hearing no objection. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much for a substantive conversation. Council President Starr, would you please read the items on tonight's consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, our consent calendar tonight includes multiple items. Item A, resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase a 2024 Ford F-550 service truck for Public Works Department and authorizing disposition of surplus property. Resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase a 2024 F-150 4x4 pickup for the Parks Division of the Public Works Department. And a resolution authorizing the city manager to purchase a 2024 Ford F-150 4x2 pickup for the Stormwater Division of the Public Works Department. Item B, approval of the July 8th, 2024 City Council Work Session Minutes. And item C, approval of the July 15th, 2024 City Council Regular Session Minutes.
Thank you very much. Are there any polls? Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You can have
I wanted to pull A just because I have a few questions for Mr. Lawyer.
Okay, pulling A. Anything else? Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Although I wasn't here for the July 8th meeting, I did listen to it. So I don't think that I need to pull that, but there may be others that were not here that would.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other polls, Council President Starr.
I move the Keizer City Council adopt the consent calendar items B and C.
Second?
Consent calendar items B and C have been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. 9A, Councilor Cross, you had questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lloyd, will you walk me through what is a destination charge for $1,995?
That's a fee the dealer places on vehicles that we purchase. I really don't know the description of the real actual answer behind that, but it's on every vehicle we've ever purchased.
I didn't know if it was
Yeah.
for driving from Portland.
No,
Okay.
it has some, I think it has something to do with shipping the vehicle to the dealer, okay? But I'm not 100% positive about that.
And then on the F-550, that's for stormwater, is that, I noticed that we trade in the trucks. Is that something we usually do? There's a trade-in value of 5,000.
Okay.
Do we not keep them?
First of all, the F-550 is for the water division, not the
Okay,
stormwater
water,
division.
sorry.
And yes, we typically will trade in vehicles if we have them on purchase of new vehicles, yes.
Okay, last question. For that F-550, there is, the truck looks like it's about 54,000 and 44,000 for the body built to spec. Can you
Yes.
just let me know what that is? Because it's almost as much as the truck.
Yes, and it's,
And
it's frustrating.
again, just educate me on that.
It's frustrating that it's basically the service body on the back of the truck. We buy the truck without a bed on it, okay? And so the box, the service body that goes on the back is the toolbox that carries the tools. This one also has a bed in it, like a pickup bed, higher sides for hauling materials around, putting a generator in, putting our hydraulic machine for running tools, and that in the back. So that is they call it a custom, but it's not truly custom. It's a Skelzy, I think that's how you pronounce the name of the brand, body that we have used on other vehicles and we have placed on the vehicle as part of the purchase.
Okay, thank you. When I saw that, I was like, I really just need to ask what that is. So I apologize that I didn't ask
No
it
worries.
earlier when I got the agenda. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, thank you. Anything further? Council President Starr?
Do I have?
No, you don't.
Mr. Lindsay, okay, can I just read them all as one?
just
or
on-
Do I have to read them?
You can.
Since we
is
pulled it.
I would just say,
Item A.
yeah.
Thank you. I move that Keizer City Council adopt consent calendar item A.
Second?
Consent calendar item A has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That concludes the consent calendar for this evening. We'll go on to other business. This time is provided to allow the mayor, city council members, or staff an opportunity to bring new or old matters before the council that are not on tonight's agenda. Mr. Brown, do the city staff have any other business to bring before council tonight?
Madam Mayor and Council, I have one item to just make a note of. At our last business meeting, the council talked about the water agreement with Whitaker with Salem Keizer School District. And just to close that loop, they opted out of the water agreement, and they assured me and the council that they expected to continue the watering just as it has been over the last 5 years or so. So just wanted to close the loop on that since we had discussed it as a council.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Council members, any other business for this evening? Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is more just a question because I hear it asked frequently. Can we get an update, or I don't know what it's going to take to get the centerpiece fixed between Salem and Keizer that has been in shambles for I don't know how long? Do we have to send a letter to the city of Salem saying fix it? do we, like, can we get an update on that and a timeline? Do we fix it ourselves and send them the bill? Do we just like take, I mean, demolition derby and just take it all out and then rebuild? Like, what is it going to take to not have the eyesore coming into the city of Keizer any longer? Thank you, City of Salem.
My recommendation is for the mayor or the councilors to contact the Salem City Council and the mayor and ask that question, because
Again?
I really don't know where to ask the question.
Well, so does it need to be an agenda item that we take a vote to have some draft letter that we all sign and send it and demand an answer within like 7 days, 10 days? And we put in there, we work with Mr. Lindsay to have some awesome fancy clause that says if you don't respond with an acceptable date, that you're gonna be receiving a bill from us for half of the, like, it's horrible.
Mr. Brown?
Madam Mayor and Council, as I understand it, and I think you know this, but for the benefit of anybody who may be watching or reading afterwards, the City of Keizer is responsible for the utility part of it, the electric, and the city is responsible for the wall. It seems like the demolition derby is the reason that it keeps coming down. It may be of interest to actually talk with the city and see if it's in the best interest to keep that, because it doesn't seem to last more than a couple months before being hit. So that's something we could initiate on a staff end to communicate with them if.
Because, so, just to follow up on that, I've had conversations with 4 mayors in a row of the city of Salem, asking them to either take it down or put in a proper roundabout so that it's not people crashing into things with injury and destruction, but actually operates properly for traffic safety in that area, which is a very odd configuration of streets coming together. And it should be done in a more modern way rather than this big thing that has been hit almost from the moment it was first built. So I would, if council is willing to do so, to suspend the rules and take up the matter of directing the mayor and staff to write a letter to the City Council of Salem to encourage repair or replacement with properly safe facilities at that intersection, I would be happy to do so.
So I'll make a motion to suspend the rules.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules and take up the matter of issuing a letter from the mayor to the City of Salem regarding the disposition of the crash circle. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
No, we have.
Aye. Opposed, signify by saying no. Okay, we can now take up the matter.
Thank you.
All right,
We're not putting crash circle in the meeting minutes, are we?
yes.
So can I?
Give me another name for that thing. Mr. Lawyer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to suggest the DC, what's the other word I'm looking for? I was right there and I just trying to put together the drunk catcher.
Drunk catcher, yep.
But there you go, DC Monument. There
Oh,
you go.
gosh.
Just a thought.
Yeah. Monument, okay. Let's go ahead and put a motion on. Councilor Cross, do you have a clarification before we put a motion on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Or question, whoever can answer. Has anyone, since the latest demolition of the wall, has anyone on staff contacted the City of Salem?
I have.
Okay, has anybody on city staff contacted the City of Salem?
No.
No.
Is there a reason why?
So,
My reason is I don't know who to contact. Honestly, I really don't know who to talk
Their
to.
Public Works Director.
Other than going to the Public Works Director would be the only, or the city manager, but other than that, I really don't know who to ask.
I'd be happy to talk with the city manager.
I'm sorry?
I would be happy to talk with the.
You'd be
city
happy,
manager.
but we haven't contacted, because it's been down for like 3 months, right?
Right.
Oh, well, longer than that.
Okay,
And it's also in Salem city limits, but to that, I have had conversations with Salem electeds, and I have also brought it up at our regional transportation committee meetings and with city staff. So yes, I have contacted Ms. Hanson with Salem city staff on transportation and have gotten nowhere. So I'd be more than happy to write this letter. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just curious if, like, I appreciate all the times that you've had conversations and talked to them in meetings and so forth. Is there any, since we have, well, first of all, where is this agreement? Like, is it written? Do we have documentation of it? Like, I'm just wondering if there's any wisdom in having it come from the attorney and referencing the agreement and moving forward in that manner. Like, no offense, I think there might be a little more oomph from an attorney.
Okay. No, I'm happy to do that. I have never seen the agreement, so I'll have to locate it, and I will reference it in a letter from the city if you want.
Tersely worded letter.
Yes, that we're really tired of this, and it's a blot, and it's unsafe for starters, clearly, because it continually gets hit. So it is an eyesore, it attracts additional graffiti and destruction. It is just not working. It never has worked properly, and there are much better ways to manage that intersection than what's there. And there are people getting hurt. Councilor Cross.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I do not want to prolong this meeting, but I just thought of one more question. I apologize. So have city staff received any emails from residents since the latest crash of the wall? And how have we responded to those residents?
I don't think I have. You know, though, it's been down more than it's been up since I've been here in the last 2 years. So I know I've had conversations with the city of Salem about it. I can't recall when it was before the last crash or after.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I will also, before I send it, I will let you guys kind of know the gist of it.
I love that idea.
Okay.
And then, based on the matter that we have taken up, I will co-sign it
Okay, perfect.
on behalf of the council, and this will be on behalf of the city. So,
Excellent.
so do we have that by consensus, or do you need a motion?
You can have it by consensus, as
Any-
long as everyone, it looks like there's a majority of folks letting her.
Any
mayor
disagreement?
represent us.
Good to go.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. It'd be nice to get that cleaned up. And how? All right, staff updates, Mr. Brown?
I just wanted to compliment Mr. Lawyer on getting that electrical done and working with PGE for just in time for Keizer Fest, and also for our Chamber of Commerce liaison, you know who you are, for also helping make that happen. And for Mr. Lawyer, I think he pulled a rabbit out of the hat 2 years in a row. One last year for the food truck pads, and this year for making that happen and with PGE. So thanks to both.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wood?
Nothing additional tonight, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bissett?
Nothing tonight, Mayor, thank you.
Chief?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. Since the last time we met, I got to hang out with these fine ladies in the crowd and some other folks that are in the room at the Family Fun Night, where I started cooking about noon, and we cooked about 3:30, 4 o'clock, somewhere around there. They cooked the hot dogs and I cooked the hamburgers, so there was probably 500 hamburgers I cooked on a Blackstone. And then they cooked probably about the same amount of hot dogs. But there was 400 and about 50 people that attended that event. It was pretty phenomenal, well attended, and worth our time. As Baron Robinson mentioned, played in the Battle of the Badges, Police versus Fire, and the trophy goes to my boys because I brought them along. So my boys won the MVP. We did a drug take-back event. I don't know if you guys stopped by that, the weekend right after Family Fun Night, and got about 90 pounds of prescription drugs turned in, which is quite a bit for us. We are doing National Night Out tomorrow. I'm not sure if you've heard, and many of you are joining us, so that's going to be a fun event. We have 29 block parties signed up, so it's a little better than I thought it was going to be, but not as much as years past. And then the next event we're going to do after that is Coffee with a Cop on August 13th from 9 to 11 at the River Road Starbucks. And then we're working on a few other things before the summer ends. They're going to be fun events, but those are secret for now.
Stay tuned. Thank you very much. And congratulations on the drug take back, 90 pounds of medications that won't be on the street. So.
Sorry, one more thing, Madam Mayor, City Councilors. I really appreciate the fire department coming and kind of giving the stats, and then kind of like maybe you guys want to know what we're doing. For the police department, we've taken 11,905 calls so far this year. That's an average of 55 calls a day that our officers are responding to, and that's typically 3 to 4 officers on during the day and somewhere between 4 and 5 on at night. So the guys and gals at the Keizer Police Department are working really hard without complaint.
And with great appreciation from the community. Thank you very much. Mr. Lawyer.
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Witham.
Nothing exciting tonight, no.
Okay. Mr. Lindsay.
The one thing I do want to mention is July 31st was slated to be the day that the codification was going to come back, the proofs, and they did. Yeah, so there's 700 pages of proof, and we're looking at it for kind of making sure that they did sort of what they claimed they were going to do. But you will be able to see that and maybe even help out a little bit, the legal department, and that I would want you guys to see it with a couple of things in mind. One would be, we are looking for just Scrivener's errors, but then also we will be looking also for, we have isolated some of the ordinances that need tweaking and changing already, but it would be good, not only out of curiosity, but then out of kind of moving the ball forward, that we will have, right now, the codification only touches on what happened through July 1 of this year. So there'll be automatically a first supplement once it goes online in like October-ish to November-ish. Then there'll be a first supplement coming in a few months later with the new codes that you guys have passed in between that time. But also, if we can get on the ball, we can start to either have part of that first supplement or a second supplement, then start to actually amend those codes in the way that you guys see fit. So I wanted you guys to have a chance to see it more sooner than later, but just bear with us for the next few weeks as we're looking over 700 pages to look for the big grandiose errors and or whether they miss something major. And then I'll be seeking your help and guidance a little bit.
Congratulations, that's awesome. Again, 40 plus years of ordinances coming into a single code. I appreciate that our supplements will be far smaller timeframes. Months and not years, not decades. Thank you very much. Council reports, I'll start with you, Councilor Cross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the last, I'm just going to keep this short and sweet, but I have had the opportunity to play in the Boys and Girls Club Corporate Shootout Golf Tournament, the YMCA Golf Tournament, Del Riata Golf Tournament with Chief Copeland and Councilor Duran, where we got 5th out of 6 teams, I believe. So I'm just gonna leave it. No, there was no buying mulligans at that tournament. Obviously, it was great to spend the weekend at Hoopla and see all the different Keizer kiddos out there, along with YMCA. Right now, they have all the fall winter registrations. So I would encourage anyone to share that there is a ton of scholarships available for the kiddos to be able to be part of those programs. And I attended an Oregon State Fair Council meeting. So, you know, the Oregon State Fair is coming up And I look forward to seeing everybody at Keizer Fest this weekend and for the kickoff party.
Yes, indeed. Oh, and speaking of the kickoff party, Ms. Bissett, you said that we have the tickets and so forth. Where do we get those?
They're in my office.
Okay, so do we need to stop by your office and pick them up, or we can put them in the box?
However you'd like, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you want tickets or passes, let Ms. Bissett know and she can get those in your box for you. All right, thank you very much. It goes with the sponsorship the city provides for Keizer Fest. Counselor Duran, this is what you're living and breathing.
Yeah.
Getting ready.
Yes, I've been working on Keizer Fest for a few weeks now, but the tent went up Saturday. Electrical and signs went up in the tent today, and we moved I call it the bike racks, the fencing around that got moved in today, and picnic tables. The rest of the week, we'll be setting up all the other stuff, the beer and all of the really important stuff will be set up in the next couple days. Just to remind everybody, this year, the Keizer Riverwalk Art Fair at Keizer Fest will be Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. So, actually, that's Friday, Saturday, sorry. Yeah, the 9th through the 11th. Just want to remind people of that. Other than that, it's going to be a lot of new vendors and food trucks and some different music acts than what we've had in the past. JFK is going to be performing on Friday night instead of Saturday, so we'll see how it goes.
All right. Keizer Rapids Park, be there or be square. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Copeland, do you think you'll need more mini Tootsie Roll Pops, or 600 enough?
I think 600 will suffice for tomorrow.
Okay, just checking. Traffic, I attended the traffic safety, bike, and pedestrian meeting on the 18th.
See?
What?
Just let's see, the name is hard.
See, yes, I agree.
Roll it off.
On the 20th, I think it was the 20th, the concert, the kickoff concert for the concert series. It was great, well attended. So thank you to staff for that. I think there was some last minute fun in there for you in making sure that went off without a hitch. I think I had a PPC meeting somewhere in there. I believe I did on the 22nd, so thank you for that. The 24th was the community dinner. And on Thursday, the 1st, was the CDC meeting. Some lively conversation, and looking forward to the work session on that, and refining some processes on committee work between committees and staff, and then back to city council. So I think that we have some opportunity to work on our processes there. So I think that's it, and looking forward to seeing the community tomorrow night.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Copeland, sorry, I only cooked 240 burgers at the Keizer Community Dinner, so, you got me on that one. My arms aren't burnt like they were the year before. But I went to the Wastewater Task Force meeting, had an interesting discussion about supplying water beyond the UGB, which was pretty fascinating. And we talked about the circle, the crash circle. And, but the person that supposedly we're supposed to talk to, I've tried to contact him several times and he's never there, so I don't know.
Yeah.
And then, Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association met, and did that with Kyle, where they planned their neighborhood night out, and everybody enjoyed tomorrow night. With Neighborhood Night Out and Keizer Fest, so it'll be a busy week.
Yes, indeed. Councilor Hussman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Fun thing I learned recently, ODOT had been looking for a coordinator of some of their statewide bicycling initiatives. I'm told they've hired somebody for the position. I don't think I can say publicly who it is because it hasn't been released yet, but it's an individual who intimately knows Keizer streets, Salem streets, and how the two intersect. So I'm stoked on behalf of TSBP and others because now we have a good community advocate looking after Keizer's roadways and Keizer's bicycle and pedestrian pathways. And I'm super stoked that ODOT's been taking that initiative and putting the right people in place. So excited to work with them when they fully get installed within the position.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So how about if we put cows in the crash circle?
Oh.
Just throwing it out
You're
there.
out of read.
Okay.
We'll give you a pass on that one because it's your birthday.
Okay. Well, all right. So I went to the court-appointed special advocate, the CASA school supply drive kickoff. That was last Thursday, and that was really well attended. Lots of school supplies there already. So big thank you to everyone involved with that effort. Some 87% of CASA kids graduated this year of the seniors, and so they are doing some really great work there. I also went to the Evergreen Apartments open house. The Evergreen Apartments are basically affordable housing for vets. There are 17 units, 9 of which are supportive housing. So Dev Northwest is the company who is in charge of that project, but they're partnering with Community Action Agency, Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance to be able to get not only the referrals of the people who will go in there, but also the services that will be available on site there. So that's a fantastic facility. It was really interesting. They took a church and its parsonage and they made magic happen there. It was really interesting to see the process. I went to the Willamette Valley Community Action Agency board meeting, and they are working on a strategic plan, and they bought some property in Mill City that they had been leasing, and will be able to make some increase the success of that resource. And Ashley Hamilton has been hired as the new executive director of Community Action Agency. She's been the project manager there for a while, so she does some great work, and I'm excited to see her in that role. Also, I attended the Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance Executive Board for Mayor Clark, and we continue to hone processes and priorities and just keep doing better and better and better. And so I appreciated being able to be part of that again. And then the Fun Friday I also attended, and I just wanted to supplement Chief Copeland's report. Not only did he cook up 500 hamburgers, but he noticed that they were short on barbecues, so he went home and got his, threw it in the truck, and came back, bring your own barbecue in order to fry up 500 hamburgers. So that's just the kind of guy he is. So thank you. And that was a wonderful event. There were lots of people. It was well attended. Great way to see what resources are available. Saw lots of families being connected with various resources in the community, and it was really great to see. So that is my report.
All right, thank you. Busy time. Just a couple things to add. On the 16th of July, I attended the Joint Legislative Committee on Transportation. It was a regional meeting in Albany. I want to thank Representative Mannix for making sure that Salem, Keizer, our Marion County got an invite, because according to that committee, we only deserve to have a Zoom meeting sometime in September, and that really doesn't work real well. So he made sure that we got a chance to show up, so we did. On the 17th and 21st, I had a chance to attend the Oregon Mayors Association. Thank you to the City of Keizer for providing the resources for me to be able to attend that. I did a presentation on community engagement and citizen academies, and I want to thank Chief Copeland for providing the information on Blast Camp and the police academy that we do here. And I was able to talk about some of the unique things that Keizer does, including our youth liaison program. I will go with, I was not able to attend the Homeless Alliance Executive Committee. Thank you, Councilor Reed, for covering, because at the very same time was the SCATS Salem Keizer Area Transportation Study Policy Committee, where we are preparing for the next, the STIP, the System Transportation Improvement Program, and making sure that our projects get on the list for funding. So really pushing toward getting Wheatland and the Brook Lake Interchange moved farther and farther up the list because we need those for Keizer. I want to thank Jenny Ammon from the Environmental Division for the third in the series of Trashy Tuesdays. Those are a lot of fun. This one was at the Safeway parking lot on the south end, and it was a partnership with Safeway and Lawrence Sanitation. It was a fun event. We picked up all sorts of interesting items. The most unique this time was a kitty cabana. So somebody had left a little cooler, cut it out with a little house, and wrote kitty cabana on there where they could have a space with for cats to find some shelter. We decided that probably wasn't the best place, and it's been moved on. I went to the ribbon cutting for a new business in Keizer, Radness Ensues. It's in the same building as Uptown Music. You haven't been there. It's a lot of great art and music, and it's both a nonprofit and a business. Becca makes buttons, and really glad that they have been able to move here to Keizer to expand what they can offer for our youth and young adults in our community. Coming up, there's going to be a town hall with Senator Wyden on the 7th. I've got to look and see if anybody can make it out there. I think it's in Silverton. Yes, in Silverton. That's going to be a bit of a stretch because we have the Keizer Network of Women that day. And then, of course, the next day is Keizer Fest, and we all know where we're going to be if celebrating that.
I'm planning on going.
You're going to go to that?
If I can, yeah.
Okay. So let's coordinate on some of the things that we want to make sure that the senator's aware of for our area. Thank you very much for being able to do that. On the 16th will be the Hope Plaza ribbon cutting. This is a huge project from the Center for Hope and Safety, one of our great partners in our community for survivors of domestic violence. This is going to be a great project, and businesses and residences for people in our community who are getting ready to move back out into the community and succeeding, and with all the help of the Center for Hope and Safety. We have a couple of school cleanups coming up on the 17th, Forest Ridge, and I think it's Clear Lake will be doing, no, Gubzer will be doing cleanups at their campuses, so everybody watch for those. And summer just keeps on getting busier and busier. All right, that's all I've got. I do want to point out, I did bring back a copy, and I will get copies to you. This is the Expedited Urban Growth Boundary Expansion, a guide for Oregon cities. This has been put out by the Oregon Home Builders Association and League of Oregon Cities, hot off the press, July. So it's got the latest and greatest on some of the recent legislation and what this looks like. And this is a lot more readable than the legislation, which I do not. To the people who can read and write that, congratulations. This is more my speed. I'll get you guys copies if you're interested. All right, agenda input. We do not have a work session next Monday. Enjoy the night off. We will meet on August 19th at 7 p.m. in regular session. And then on Tuesday, September 3rd, at 7 p.m. in regular session. On Monday, September 9th, we will have our joint work session with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for our annual parks tour. On September 16th, we will have a work session prior to council to go over this League of Oregon Cities 25-26 legislative priorities. You all got the link to fill the survey and get that back to the city manager, and then we'll meet in regular session at 7 p.m. on the 16th. That is all I have. Is there anything else that needs to be added this evening? All right, seeing none. The time is 10:40. We are adjourned.